Hey everybody, welcome in. Happy Thursday evening. We are tracking what was once Tropical Storm Arthur, now, ironically enough, not Arthur, but actually stronger than it was when it was a tropical storm. And we're seeing that here already with some of the radar data and some of the analysis that we're getting out of this storm right now. So if you will, let me know that you can hear me loud and clear in the chat. Let me know where you're watching from. Let me know what you're seeing out there. If you are experiencing anything, a lot of folks in Alabama, Georgia getting in on the action. South Carolina and North Carolina also starting to get in on the action here as we continue to track this storm. And wow, what an impressive looking one on radar at that as well. We've got this big old spin in Alabama. So yeah, we're going to have it all for you here on GM Weather as we track this thing. So I'm going to read a couple of these towns that folks are watching from. Also appreciate the sunshine, the jewels there, Christy. Appreciate that a lot. We got Tina in Spartanburg. We've got Lucky Cat there in 96, South Carolina. 96 home to a very impressive marching band, by the way, as somebody who is very active in marching band in high school in South Carolina. 96 is a great band. Off topic, but just a little bit of side knowledge there. We've got China Grove in the chat, Dalton, Georgia. You're welcome, Ron. Appreciate you tuning in. Dallas, North Carolina, right down the road from me here in Charlotte. Jacksonville, North Carolina, out near the beaches. We've got Hickory, North Carolina in the foothills. We've got Somerville, South Carolina, checking in from the low country. It looks like y'all can hear me loud and clear. Love to hear it. Nashville, clouds with rain all around, but managing to miss us. Darn, hate it when that happens, right? But I think a lot of folks are going to get a lot of rain tonight in parts of the Carolinas. And I'll tell you, this thing has really uptrended a lot. If you live along the I-85 corridor, this looks like won't say a big deal maybe, but a much bigger deal than it looked like 48 hours ago, as a swath of very heavy rain is going to work on through. We're going to have a tornado threat tonight, a strong wind threat. I'm going to be breaking that down for you. And yeah, a flooding threat. We've got that definitely in Alabama. Mississippi, and Louisiana. Folks, there's a town in Louisiana that, at least according to radar estimation, has gotten nearly 30 inches of rain just over the past 24 hours. I told you we were going to get double-digit rainfall. Even I'm surprised at the 30-inch number. Crazy stuff. And I tell you, these tropical systems, it seems like there's always a trick up every storm sleeve. It's a matter of figuring out what that trick is. And this one definitely had one of those tricks up its sleeve. All right. Fuquay-Varina, I'm pretty sure I'm saying that one right. I've got a ton of friends from the Raleigh area, and I said it wrong one time. I think it's Fuquay-Varina, right? I know where it is. I just sometimes mispronounce it, so I apologize if I am. But I do think parts of southeastern Virginia is going to get some of the remnants here of Arthur down towards Virginia Beach, and a lot of areas going to cash in on some very active weather here with Arthur as it churns on through a lot of these towns and neighborhoods. By the way, above me there in the kind of, sorry, I'm going to adjust something really quick just so I can see what I'm talking about a little bit better. In the top right there, we've got live camera out of Georgia right now. That is near Columbus, Georgia. I want to say, actually, it's not too far from Augusta is where that camera is. Mile marker 189 on I-20. That's coming right out of South Carolina into Georgia. That area under a severe thunderstorm warning, so that's why I've got that camera up right now, and we will continue to track that. Also, if anything's a little choppy at any point, I do apologize. I think that's just on my computer's end, though. In fact, I'm going to close that, so it's one less thing that's running. I'm also going to close the book face so that's not running too hard and heavy. By the way, if y'all have any pictures or photos, tag me on X/Twitter and all the other fun places. I will very quickly plug my socials so you can, again, follow me on there, and feel free to tag me on any of these platforms throughout the live stream. TikTok, X, Facebook. Would love to see your videos and photos. Great way to stay up to date here, and we can keep everyone informed. So I'll just leave that up there for one more second while I do a little bit of behind the scenes work here and get our map ready to start talking about some of these storms. Now that I think we've given everyone enough time to work on it. Got Columbus, Georgia in the house. Hope we're still here. Yeah, I hope so too. All right, awesome. So got my cup of coffee. That's step one, I think, for this adventure. Now let's go ahead and dive on into some of these storms and pause it here at the latest radar scan here at 520. I've got it on a broad view right now. We'll zoom into specific radar sites at different times, but I just want you to look at this complex of storms right now in Georgia. Folks, it was hot and it was humid out there in South Carolina, North Carolina, and Georgia today. I don't need to be the one to tell you that. I'm sure many of you already are well aware that it was hot and humid today. What's happening is all this energy from Arthur is starting to push into that very hot, humid, and actually, as surprising as it is, kind of dry atmosphere. For some folks out there, again, might be hard to believe, but it felt more like an oven today than a sauna. A sauna is a typical kind of heat that we get down here in the southeast. Today was a little more oven-like. I was able to drive with the windows down, and yeah, it was hot like an oven, but the windshield at least wasn't fogging up. Because of that, we've got some drier air down here at the surface. And you know what? I'm going to bring these alerts down a little bit in volume because I think it's a little loud probably. Because of that, we've got some dry air down at the surface. And what's going to happen with these storms is they're running into that very hot and dry air. So when rain starts to fall and hits that drier layer here at the surface that we have in some of these communities, it's going to start to evaporate, and it's going to evaporate very quickly because these are heavy thunderstorms and there's enough moisture that it's going to override that dry air, and that's going to kind of cool the air pretty quickly. So that cooling causes sinking motion. Anytime that we have, cold air, it sinks just like hot air rises. That sinking motion is hitting the ground in the way of very strong winds. And that's what we're seeing out there right now with a lot of these storms. So if you're in Washington, Georgia, Augusta, Georgia, Waynesboro, Georgia, Louisville, Georgia, Gibson, Thomas, all of these towns getting rocked right now by strong storms, at least Augusta about to be getting rocked here. And all this is going to start moving towards the Columbia metro and into the Midlands of South Carolina over the coming kind of hour or two, maybe even 3 or so. So, be ready for that. We've got some very strong storms on the way for a lot of folks there in that area that one should be mindful of. Also looks like we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning further to the north flashing on the screen there. That storm coming out of Atlanta. That one's going to work up towards Toccoa, Gainesville, Athens, Jefferson, Homer, Carnesville eventually. That one going to work into the upstate of South Carolina. So I'll tell you, South Carolina is about to take the brunt of this thing here pretty soon as these strong storms start working on in. And going to cause some pretty big problems here for much of the Palmetto State over the next hour or two as we've had all this hot and humid activity today and now these storms working on through. Further back to the west, it's a flooding threat right now in Alabama. And I'm going to loop this one more time so you can watch it. Look at the spin happening here right over Birmingham. What is left of Arthur, now post-tropical, so it's not technically keeping the name anymore, but I'm going to call it Arthur at the end of the day because I think that's just much easier to communicate to all of you folks here in the audience. Look at it spinning away right over Alabama right now. And unfortunately, what that's doing is causing a trail of very heavy rain and strong storms down here in southern Alabama from Troy to Union Springs and kind of all points in between right into this area getting rocked right now by very heavy rainfall. Also, let's go and do a quick poll real quick. What color shows up the best on the screen for y'all? Let me show you black really quickly. All right, so that's black. You like black? Does that show up pretty well? We can try white. Also appreciate the new members that are showing up right now on the feed. White probably doesn't show up quite as well. Black's probably better than white as it looks. What about like a dark blue? That's still white. Oh, and it zoomed in by accident. Oh, and it's still... What about dark blue? I think dark blue shows up pretty well. What color do y'all think is going to show up the best? Black. Yeah, I agree, Lisa. I think black is going to be the best. Yeah. All right. I don't know why. In my brain, I'm always like, I want to do like a fancy, kind of pretty color because I think that would look nice. But at the end of the day, black just shows up the easiest on this background. So, hey, it is what it is. All right. Let's see what kind of questions we've got right now in the chat because I'm sure there's some of them. Also, appreciate y'all tuning in. We've got about 400 of y'all right now. Hey, GM Weather. This is the new GM Weather life, folks. It's going live when we've got active weather down here near the Carolinas. So, appreciate it. Got a couple of folks saying blue, but a lot of black. Lisa says she wants a thunderstorm. I'd like a thunderstorm here in Charlotte too. Obviously, could go without the tornado warnings, but I think everyone in North Carolina would be happy to get some heavy rain tonight, and a little thunder never hurt us sleep a little bit, but there are going to be some gusty winds we need to track as well with this. Johnny watching from Lexington, South Carolina says, odd how geography can affect a storm, lakes, mountains, and etc. Yeah. There in Lexington, Lake Lake Murray can definitely do some active stuff to the weather down in the Midlands of South Carolina. I've seen plenty of water spouts over Lake Norman, so definitely does some stuff. Any beach erosion in Myrtle Beach? Christy's asking. Definitely could be some beach erosion along the Carolina coast out of this. Let's take a quick second. Actually, I do want to mention this severe thunderstorm. There's a couple more I want to go through before we look at the future. So let's do that first. There's another downpour down here near Beaufort, South Carolina. Not to be confused with Beaufort, North Carolina. They are different, I promise. But Beaufort and Hilton Head getting rocked pretty good right now. That's going to move into Charleston here over the next little bit. And you know what we can go ahead and do now? I think it's about time that we can go ahead and look at some closer radar sites and kind of zoom in on some of the winds here. So this is the Charleston radar site, and yeah, look at the winds with this line working through. These are some pretty strong wind gusts showing up on radar. If we clock some of these, let's see what radar's picking up. So some 30, 40 mile an hour wind gusts at least showing up on radar right now, some 30s back this way. But either way, once you get kind of this bow echo look, no matter what radar says from a wind standpoint, that is always a... Sorry, I had my timer on for 5:30. That's always a sign that you're gonna get some strong winds as the winds are pushing in behind this and kind of giving it that that curved look to it. So that storm moving towards Charleston right now. So need to watch that one for sure as we go through the next little bit. And then obviously all of these storms in Georgia starting to work towards the upstate. Let's take a look at the Greenville-Spartanburg radar. Got some feisty storms working towards Toccoa right now. We've got some storms down near Carnesville. If we take a look at velocity on these, we do need to be mindful. Take a look if anything looks like it's trying to spin up. So just going to do a little babysitting here of radar, go up and down this line of storms, make sure nothing is jumping out and screaming, "Hey, Gerald, look at me." We'll take a look at the Atlanta radar site as well, see if it's picking up on anything that would maybe be a little bit more interesting. This little cell near Homer looks a little interesting. Definitely some low level or at least some mid-level rotation on this one. And we're in one of those atmospheres, folks, that these storms are not going to give you a big heads up on dropping a tornado. And a lot of them that don't look that impressive on radar are going to have the potential of producing a tornado just because these are so low topped. Our radar kind of beams are scanning up into the middle part of the storm. But, you know, we're actually getting some of this in the low levels. I did not hear what that said. Where's that radar indicated tornado warning? I think that's what that said, right? Where's that one at? Is that further north? Probably the ones up here in Massachusetts. Hey, is anybody watching in the Northeast? Let me know, because we do have some tornado warnings right now near Worcester. I'll give a little bit of a love to these. I know this is not Arthur related, but wow, check out these. Yeah, we've definitely got some supercells up here in New England right now that are spinning away and bringing active weather. So if anyone's watching up here in Massachusetts, let me know. If you've got some friends and family up this way near Worcester and kind of Westboro down towards Warren, Spencer, Massachusetts, Paxton, Massachusetts, some tornado warnings up here. So they're stealing the show. It's a busy day, folks. It is not usual in June that we get this active of a pattern up here, but very clear rotation up here, these storms in Massachusetts. So if you live in Paxton, Mass, Shrewsbury, Worcester, take a shelter now. Basement would be best. Interior room without windows. If you're in Warren, Brookfield, Spencer, Leicester, all these towns and tornado warnings. So, you know, be very mindful of that. Got Irene watching in New York City. So yeah, definitely some folks up there. All right, so just wanted to give a quick update on that. I know most of my audience right now is on the Southeast, but when there are tornado warnings, we will cover those accordingly. All right, we can go back to the Atlanta radar now and kind of give an update on this this big cluster of storms. So it's stretching from basically just northeast of Atlanta all the way back down to Swainsboro, Georgia, and all of that's pushing into South Carolina right now, and that's going to bring some problematic stuff over the next hour or so. Mandy watching in southeastern North Carolina. Appreciate you tuning in, Mandy. Lisa says, y'all be safe indeed. Everyone, you know, have a way to get watches and warnings tonight is going to be a smart thing to do. So hopefully you have a weather radio. I am from Pickens, South Carolina, and my phone number is still in a upstate area code. It's an 864 number for anyone that lives in the upstate. And I've had recently where even if there's a severe thunderstorm warning, in fact, I might get one here soon, depending on you know, what Pickens ends up getting. They've been sending text messages and like doing phone calls for just severe thunderstorm warnings. So they've upped their game a little bit, at least in Pickens County. I don't know about everywhere else in the Carolinas, but very interesting. Wilmington needs the rain. I believe it. Hey, I know a lot of North Carolina needs the rain. South Carolina has gotten a little bit better from the drought standpoint, but even a lot of South Carolina still needs the rain. The boys having a tropical storm party in Dahlonega, Georgia. Awesome. Well, hey, At least it's your thunderstorm party right now up that way. Somebody's asking about Haram, Georgia, I think is how you say that. And correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe that's the name of that town. I can check. Let me check my map. Also, I do want to say thank you to everyone that has become a channel member, everyone that has donated on stream or in a video over the past couple of weeks. It has been a great time here at GM Weather. The most growth we've seen since this past winter. So, hey, we don't just do winter weather here at GM Weather. We do all year round stuff, including the tropics. So appreciate everyone that has donated. Really does mean the world to me. Christy right now sending all sorts of jewels down there in the chat. Haram, so you're going to get a lot of rain there. For anybody wondering where that is, that's out here to the north and west of Atlanta. So definitely going to get some heavy rain here. I think the severe weather threat's a little bit lower there. It's already passed through, really. But nonetheless, are going to get some heavy rain. How do you become a channel member? So down below, there should just be like a become a member button, or I think it's linked down in the description as well. And whenever you do donate or become a member, you get that little thing that pops up on the screen right above me. And speaking of it, Bible Belt Buddhist, thank you so much for that. Bible Belt here is always very active in the super chats. So I very much appreciate that. Says, thanks for keeping an eye on this for us. You are the best. Thank you so much. It really does help the channel out, and helps me personally because this is my full-time job now. So I did leave TV for this because I feel very passionate about it, and I know in my brain and in my heart that this is the future weather communication, and I'm happy that y'all agree enough to be tuning on in. Hiram, maybe Hiram. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Sorry, Beachu, if I'm messing up your town name. Is Connecticut in the clear? Great question up here in Connecticut. So still under a tornado watch in Connecticut for Hartford, and you got to watch these storms back near Torrington and Winstead, Sharon and Cornwall. That's going to move through Hartford over the next hour. So Connecticut, no active warnings right now, but you're not in the clear. You've got a ways to go before all is said and done. Y'all let me know down below in the chat what you're seeing out there right now. Let me know if you're seeing some rain, some wind. It was breezy in Charlotte today, and that's not even from the tropical storm that's on the way. And again, I know technically we're going to have some of the nerdy folks out there. It's going to tell me it's not a tropical storm anymore, Gerald. Yeah, well, guess what? It's close enough. I'm not here to nitpick exact little details. I'm here to go over impacts, and it's going to have tropical storm impacts for some areas. So I'm going to call it a tropical storm. Rockstar watching in Sugar Hill, Georgia. Appreciate that. You're welcome, Lisa. Always happy to help. Should we be worried in Western North Carolina? That's a great question, because obviously Western North Carolina is a soft spot with the tropics due to Helene a couple years ago. This is not going to be anything like that in Western North Carolina. If anything, this will be good news, because this is going to be much needed rainfall out there in Western North Carolina. In fact, what I can do, and everyone, let's cross our fingers that this does not crash my computer, but I'm going to turn on composite reflectivity from the HER, and we're going to hope that it does not break anything, because sometimes this likes to break things a little bit. Looks like it's good. Give it a minute to load in properly. Don't want to ruffle any HRRR feathers here. All right, I think we're good. Okay, move this ahead. And again, hope my computer doesn't explode. So this is the latest run. Actually, this is the morning run. So let me switch this to the latest run. And again, don't break on me. Don't die. I believe in you. All right, we're good. So Western North Carolina is going to get a lot of rain. Check out future radar. So you can see these are those future storms working into South Carolina over the next hour or two. This is by 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, getting into Columbia, Greenville, Spartanburg, gets into Charlotte a little bit later than that. It's going to kind of be two rounds. Round one happening over the next hour or two. And I'm also going to turn off our alerts for a second. Then another round of very heavy rain by the time we go to 11 o'clock. Sorry, I got to put somebody in timeout over here for spam in the chat. Apologize to that individual, but hey, do what you got to do. Windy, cloudy, sunny in Kershaw, not Shirah, sorry. Hey, there is a Shirah as well. All right, so this is 11 p.m. tonight. Look at the bulk of the storm starting to work in here through Athens and then into the upstate of South Carolina. Western North Carolina, it's going to be rocking and rolling for a little while. Heavy rain and gusty winds. In fact, the wind gusts look even more impressive on the latest run of the HER than this morning whenever I told y'all that the models had trended stronger. So it's going to be rocking and rolling. In fact, let's take a look at some of those wind gusts on the HRRR model and talk about some of the winds that we could see out of this. that person really switched accounts just to spam again. That's kind of, it's almost, I almost admire that, you know, the dedication they have. Oof, wow, look at these winds on the Her. This is impressive. All right, so Her for this evening, we've got some strong winds right now. Coming into parts of Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina. I'll zoom out to get North Carolina in here as well. And you can kind of see it's going to come and go in waves. But we've got 30, 40 mile an hour gusts at times in places, and then kind of keeps on coming with another big wave right here. This is 5 a.m. tomorrow. This could be some of the strongest winds from Greenwood to Augusta, Columbia, all points in between the southern upstate of South Carolina, right through the Midlands. In fact, right here by 7 a.m. I mean, this is Friday morning rush hour through Columbia. And check out some of these wind gusts, 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts there near Orangeburg, St. Matthews, Gaston, not far from North South Carolina. Yeah, there it is right there on the map. True story. I had my car totaled in North South Carolina one day, storm chasing. Somebody T-boned me. RIP my old car. But yeah, look at these strong winds working in as that sting jet kind of kicks in and then keeps it going into the coastal sections of South Carolina, right through the PD, and then into the coastal plain. Look at Myrtle Beach here by 10 a.m. tomorrow, 50 mile an hour wind gusts. It's going to be rocking and rolling there at the beaches. The waves are going to be upset. It's going to be a lot for sure. Some very strong winds as well, I think, through southeastern North Carolina. I'm going to have to load up the model to one previous run, so we'll go far enough out in time. Actually, it's not going to because it only goes 12 hours out anyway. But what we can do is use the 18Z, which is also still pretty brand new model data, and kind of keep moving this ahead of time. Appreciate the super chat. Nurse K says, watch your channel because you actually address Virginia weather instead of just referring to mid-Atlantic. Hey, you know what? I definitely try to zone in, you know, state by state down here where my core audience is, and that's the Carolinas, Virginia, Georgia, Florida. That's where I have my highest numbers. So I actually just recently started looking over the analytics and all to kind of get a good idea of where exactly my audience was, and that's what it said. So trying to cater to y'all. And thanks to Lisa for becoming a member as well. All right, so yeah, strong winds there through the beaches and even up into parts of southeastern North Carolina. Somebody was watching from Jacksonville earlier. I think you're going to get some pretty strong winds out of this as well as the kind of works on through. So let's look at future radar. In terms of rain totals on the latest Her, this is what it shows. Shows a couple swaths of really heavy rain in the upstate. Shows, you know, heck, 2 to 4 inches of rain in Pickens, Walhalla, Toccoa, Hartwell, Iva. You know, we've got some pockets of 2 inches or so, down towards Columbia and into even parts of the low country. Georgia definitely going to get heavy rain. Still probably got 10 inches of rain or so to go down into parts of southern Alabama. Y'all are getting rocked with heavy rain right now. And then looking better in North Carolina. Now, I know you see this little void in Charlotte and everyone's cursing the sky. I wouldn't read exactly into this to exact town names and stuff, but I do think somewhere here in the metro is going to pick up a good inch or two of rain tonight. And then some of that's even going to stretch into the triangle, into Raleigh, where it has been bone dry. A little less impressive up towards Taylorsville, Wilkesboro, Greensboro, Winston-Salem. But I do think there will be a corridor of heavy rain from really much of the 85 corridor from kind of GSP up through Raleigh. Cool. Make sure I get radar back up here and turn our alerts back on. And we will keep tracking here. All right, let me read some of these comments. How's Raleigh going to fare? Raleigh probably not as big of a tornado. Actually, I didn't even talk about that. Let's talk about the tornado ingredients as well. There's so much with this storm. It's hard to keep up, y'all. So let's do the significant tornado parameter. This does a pretty, actually, let's do this instead. Where's my NATOcast at? Yeah, here we go. All right, this is the NATOcast data for tonight. This is a forecast model that does really well at predicting tornadoes. It really does. It's one of my favorite tools to use. This is what it shows for tornado probabilities now through the rest of tonight. And some hot spots going to be south of Atlanta. We're not seeing anything right now in the tornado department, down in the southeast at least, and then through the Midlands. Notice kind of the 85 corridor is the cutoff. If you're north of 85, not a zero tornado threat, but lower, it's going to be more in that 85 to I-20 corridor, and then kind of loses some steam once it gets into North Carolina. So that's a look at the tornado probabilities. I think that's a great map to show you. Watching from Greece. Appreciate that. Pinehurst will get 1/1000th of an inch. Hey, you know what? I'm sure somebody will, and I'll get cussed out tomorrow in the comments, or I'll get an angry email. Wouldn't be the first time though, right? What about Sumter? Sumter, South Carolina is going to have a higher tornado threat, I think, and we can kind of also take a look at the tornado ingredients, not just a model. Oh, this is a model, but an actual model. And you can see tornado ingredients are going to be heightened down there in the low country tomorrow morning. So tonight, the tornado ingredients are going to be higher in the Midlands. As some of this initial energy works on through, and then you get another bump up of tornado ingredients tomorrow morning in the low country through the Grand Strand and even out into the Outer Banks out towards the Albemarle Sound even as well. Same thing down there through southern Georgia. And then I think by tomorrow afternoon, we start to clear up and the tornadic chances start to dwindle. That's the wrong thing. That's the right button. There we go. Somebody said Hollywood, Alabama looks like it's spinning. Well, we can take a look at Hollywood, Alabama, and we can take a look at that. Sorry, give me 1 second to respond to this text message. All right, Hollywood, Alabama. Let me check on Hollywood, Alabama, and also find out where that is. Hollywood, Alabama. Oh, that's all the way up near northern Alabama. Probably not going to get a tornado this far north, I would be willing to bet. Yeah, so I think Hollywood, Alabama is going to be okay. Let me go back to the questions. Sorry. Had a very interesting text there. We've got a question says, where is it? I just had it and I lost it. All right, there's a lot of questions. There was one I saw. I think somebody said that they had a daughter in Greenville and was asking about that. Greenville's going to get heavy rain and wind tonight, more so heavy rain than anything, but honestly, probably going to be much welcome more than anything else there in Greenville. And some stronger storms about to work on through the upstate, so watch these storms as well. They're going to pack a punch here on first impact here, but then it'll become more of a heavy rain threat. There will be some strong winds, absolutely, with this thing as it works on through, but rain right now, the big thing there. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, church camp. That was the one. Busier than a one-armed wallpaper hanger. I like that. I haven't heard that one before. What about Forest City, North Carolina? Heavy rain tonight. Isolated, strong wind gusts, but heavy rain probably the biggest thing there in Forest City. Yeah. Any nasty weather in Richmond, Virginia today or tomorrow? Love the stream. Keep it up. So for Richmond, tomorrow, this thing is going to get close to you tomorrow morning, and I can show you that again on future radar and time it out for you. Again, Richmond, obviously, up there in Virginia. Make sure you're in the screen fully. Yeah, so some of the rain getting to get into Richmond and maybe some gusty winds as well, but that'll be the biggest thing there in Richmond. Hey, got like 800 of y'all in here. I appreciate that. Hey, it's always very rewarding whenever we get a big audience that tunes in. So thank you very much, everyone, watching rather. Hey, maybe you're walking in, watching. Maybe you're taking a walk and you got me in your ear. And again, obviously, thank you to all of the super chats we've had and new members on the channel. So appreciate all of you very much. Also, like the stream if you haven't. Subscribe to the channel if you enjoy the content. Hit the bell for the latest notifications. All those things don't hurt anybody, right? Well, another hurricane hit Texas this year. Anything's possible. I mean, we're in a super El Nino, so I think it'll be a quieter hurricane season from like a crazy number standpoint. But this barely became a storm, and we've gotten 30 inches of rain in parts of Louisiana. So you don't need a very busy hurricane season name and strength-wise to get big problems. What'd that say? It was a special marine warning. I was like, what? What was that sound? That was a new sound. Am I going to do any chasing during hurricane season? It's possible. Anything is possible. I'm kind of enjoying my time in the studio, though. So we'll see. How often do I go live, Lisa? Basically, anytime there's active weather down this way. In the Carolinas, Georgia, Virginia, the Southeast, Mid-Atlantic area, and even sometimes the Northeast, I go live. Or I will do some preemptive lives, like forecast discussion lives with big winter storms and stuff. Thank you, Jim's OGO, right, for the super chat. Thank you very much. I says I got a tree limb down and clouds are cooking. Ocean Springs flooded. Yeah, we did have some reports. In fact, there are some new reports I want to read out to you right now. So we've got a new report out of Atlanta. Says large tree down on a power line near the intersection of Lenora Church Road and Centerville Rosebud Road. So if you know any of those areas in Atlanta, reports of a large tree down, be very mindful of that. Because again, folks, we got these strong winds working on in. Let's give you an update on that with radar right now. Some of those storms starting to work into South Carolina. Now Edgefield under a severe thunderstorm warning. McCormick getting it right now. New Ellington, Jackson, Aiken. All that's going to start to work towards Columbia here pretty soon. Just outside of Charleston under a severe thunderstorm warning to the south near Hollywood, South Carolina. And then that'll get towards Hanahan and Somerville and Ridgeville here soon over the next hour. Further to the north, strong storms in northern Georgia. Starting to work towards the upstate, rocking and rolling right now in Gainesville, rocking and rolling in Toccoa, Walhalla, starting to get it good. Pickens will be in line here soon. Same thing for Anderson, Greenville, Spartanburg, even some stronger storms up into southwestern North Carolina towards Franklin, Robbinsville, and Murphy there, seeing some heavy rain out of these storms. Also, some stronger storms up in northern North Carolina. I do want to give some attention to these. In fact, look at this storm near Boonville. That's kind of interesting looking. Let's take a look. Let me turn on our local radar site here in Roanoke, Virginia, and see what we've got out of this storm. It almost looks a little supercellular here, not far from the Triad. Yeah, hey, if you're up in the Triad, watch this storm. We've got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here. It looks like we just went through actually a little bit of a storm split. Notice how a moment ago this was all together near Mulberry, and then over the past 30 minutes or an hour, one of those storms is kind of split off. There's a little bit of a V-notch in here showing up. That tells me that the storm is rotating, and even on the south side here, it looks like a little bit of a notch trying to get going right in there where I have circled. So if you live in Boonville, watch out for that. That looks like it's going to pass up towards Pilot Mountain here soon, and even on Reef or Velocity, yeah, it's definitely spinning there. So hey, Boonville, heads up. Got a rotating thunderstorm over you right now. No tornado warning, but some very heavy rain, gusty winds, and I wouldn't be surprised if that keeps on going. That very well could reach warning criteria. So watch this little cluster of storms. Got a lot of wind shear up here near the North Carolina-Virginia line, so be very mindful of that if you live up that way. Hey, Kenny, thanks for tuning in. Kenny Behringer, longtime viewer on the channel. Had a question about the Northeast. So again, I do want to very briefly give an update on these tornado warnings up near Worcester. Tornado warning, obviously, for Worcester right now and south of there. The area of spin is less impressive than it was a while ago, but there is a new little area of rotation out here near Charleston trying to get going. So be very mindful of that. That's going to move near Millbury, Grafton, and kind of paralleling some of these areas. So I know that's to the north of where a lot of my viewers are, but wanted to give an update on that because we had a question there about Massachusetts. But rotation looks a little weaker than it was last time we looked that way. Conover, North Carolina, tuning in. Thank you, Barbie. Make sure I've also got all of our super chats that I've talked about. Yep. Any concern about possible flash flooding in southeastern North Carolina? Super paranoid about that. So when it rains tomorrow there and late tonight, it is going to come down hard and heavy, but it's not going to happen all day. It's going to be a quick, hard-hitting round. So, it's possible, but it's nothing like what we are seeing right now in Louisiana, Alabama, and Mississippi. Is it going to help with the drought around Greensboro? It's definitely not going to hurt. Every bit of rain helps. So that's good. What's in store for the Sandhills? Sandhills, gusty winds, isolated tornado threat, and heavy rain tonight and early tomorrow morning. Georgetown, South Carolina tomorrow. Weather and time. Tomorrow morning, gusty winds, isolated tornado threat, and heavy rain is the threat there in Georgetown. Aiken, South Carolina. So Aiken right now is under a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you are in Aiken, you've got a powerful line of storms working your way right now. So be ready for some gusty winds and lightning on the way. And things will start to clear out during the morning tomorrow there in Aiken. And then it should be a pretty nice afternoon, actually, outside of maybe an isolated storm. Raleigh-Durham, heavy rain tomorrow morning, gusty winds there in Raleigh-Durham. Also got some storms out here near Sumter, Florence, Bishopville, South Carolina to watch out for. No tornado warnings right now, which is good, but we'll keep on tracking those. We've got a big old squall line here moving into Alabama. That will kind of parallel through southern Georgia and up into South Carolina later on tonight. Thank you very much for the super chat, Barbie. And hey, I will always answer any question that there's a super chat for. So what's in store for Conover, North Carolina? I can go over that for you. Let me double check something really quick on my end. All right, so for Conover up there, kind of not too far from the Hickory area up here along I-40, we are going to see some heavy rain tonight is going to be the main threat there. The tornado threat is very low in Conover. In fact, I can show you future radar to update you there on that. I could see some gusty winds, but I really think heavy rain is the biggest thing in Conover. During the evening hours and into the overnight. So you can see that shield of heavy rain round 1 there, and then a heavier round by the time we go through 2 a.m. That's for much of the I-40 corridor, Morganton all the way over to Hickory, Salisbury, and then up into the Raleigh area. Before tomorrow, later on in the morning, hey, the Carolinas start to clear out, except for the beaches holding on through the afternoon and the Outer Banks at least. And then by tomorrow evening, everyone is good, except another little round of some showers and storms could develop tomorrow evening down in South Carolina, but those will be much less of a threat compared to today's storms that we're seeing out there right now. So hopefully that answers your question well. Hopefully that does something for you. Oh, let me turn off the... Sorry, I've still got the something on. What's still on? The hers is still on. There we go. James with a super chat says, how's it looking for Simpsonville, South Carolina? That's just south of Greenville for anybody wondering, right down 385. Hey, I know my upstate geography. One thing about GM is he knows his upstate South Carolina geography. So down there in Simpsonville, heavy rain, and we could see some gusty winds, and you're south of 85, so there's a non-zero tornado threat, I would say, for Simpsonville. Not off the charts by any means, but something to watch. In fact, Simpsonville going to get, it looks like, hit pretty good by some strong storms. Even over the next hour, these storms coming out of Georgia are going to move into the upstate and bring some gusty winds. There's Simpsonville on your map right there. See, these storms are starting to work into Anderson, Iva, McCormick, Walhalla getting heavy rain right now. So you're up next there in Simpsonville. In fact, I am intrigued. I just want to look at the GSP radar here and take a look at some of the winds in these storms. And yeah, definitely some pretty breezy storms out here. Heavy rain and breezy storms. I have to get some reports from my parents down there in Pickens and see what they're seeing when that rolls in here pretty soon. Somebody asked, what's my Facebook? Well, since you ask, hey, you know what? I can tell you it is right there. So yeah, you can stay connected on all of those platforms. So there is YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and X. I'm active on all of them every day. Somebody says South Augusta getting high wind gusts already lost power generator now. Oh, wow. Yeah. So it makes sense. South Augusta. That's where some of the strongest storms are right now, moving right through Augusta. Yeah, these are feisty storms. We've had reports of trees down in Atlanta and other areas of Georgia, so it does not surprise me at all that Augusta right now is getting it pretty good with this severe thunderstorm warning. James says, can confirm is raining in Walhalla. Awesome. Is it raining sideways, though, James? That's what we need. We need the reports. Is it raining sideways? Coming down like cats and dogs. What's up with Marietta, Georgia? Marietta, heavy rain out here in Marietta. Really much of the Atlanta metro is heavy rain in North Georgia for that matter. See very tall clouds to the north in Iredell County. Yeah, that's that storm up near the Triad that you're seeing then. Again, this one's got a bit of a kind of a hook on it. So we need to babysit this one a little bit just up here near Winston-Salem and near Boonville. Yeah, definitely some at least broad rotation on it. Nothing jumping out saying, you know, take cover right now, but there's some broad rotation on that one up there in the Triad. Giuseppe also always in here with a super chat. Thank you so much, Giuseppe. Has been a big supporter of the channel. James says, not sideways yet, but looks like it will be soon. Funny. How come you need 1,000 subs to sell memberships? I have no idea. No idea. But luckily, that was a grind, I'll tell you. Going from 0 subs to 1,000. That's the hardest milestone as a YouTuber, is the first 1,000. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm a weather nerd, so I'm a little biased, but there is something just mesmerizing to me about watching this big old low pressure spin over Alabama. I just love looking at it. Obviously, I don't love all the flooding that they're dealing with, but there's just something so cool about that to me. Loris, South Carolina. All right, Giuseppe. Hey, I've driven through Loris before. Spent a lot of time down there. Pretty sure Loris is in Horry County, right? I'm not crazy. It's close enough, I think. This is Aguacera WX. It does cost money. So I pay about $30 a month for this one, but I think it's worth it. All right. Sheldon says I got tagged on Facebook. Hey, I've got a lot of Facebook notifications, so that's possible. I will check. Oh, they don't see anything yet on Facebook. Also check Twitter, make sure everything's good there. I just got a new warning of some kind. All right, yep. So new severe thunderstorm warning out here in Georgia. I do want to get back to that storm up into the Triad here in a minute, but so new severe thunderstorm warning out here for Gainesville, Homer, Commerce, Georgia, Jefferson, Claremont, Cleveland, Helen, Georgia, and doesn't quite include Carnesville or Cornelia, but very heavy rain there. Let's see exactly what the details are here. It is going to be for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The source is radar indicated. And all of that fun stuff. So that's what that one is for. Appreciate Jonathan watching from, I think he lives in Abbeville, I want to say, or Greenwood, somewhere down there. Repost his tweet. All right, caught up on that end. I try to be interactive, Sheldon. I mean, I think that's what makes this job so enjoyable, is talking to y'all at the end of the day. It wouldn't be very fun just talking to a monitor. It's another thing I didn't enjoy so much about TV, is a lot of times it literally is just, not all the time, it's literally just talking to a camera and some anchors. At least here I can interact with y'all. All right, so severe thunderstorm warning as well here. This is going for Pilot Mountain, King, North Carolina, See if there's any other towns that load in here. Those are kind of the big ones. Pilot Mountain State Park, obviously. Yeah, so kind of a rural area here. This is just north of Winston-Salem. A pretty feisty storm. This one is for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. They're not mentioning anything about a tornado, so that is good. But there is some hail in this one. So, hey, be mindful. Heads up on this storm. Feisty little supercell moving into Pilot Mountain as we speak. And as you're watching this, also brand new severe thunderstorm warning down here in Georgia. This one's going to be for Crawfordville, Greensboro, Georgia, that is, Maxey's, Georgia, Lexington, Georgia. Wow, there's a lot of mix over town names between Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. Washington and Tignall, I think is the name of that town. So this one for strong winds and a little bit of hail. Hey, Holly watching in Pickens. Hello, P-Town. You know, I was thinking about making some merch for the channel. So one, tell me if you're interested in that. But what I was going to do is make 2 different like sets of merch. I was going to do the Carolina-born meteorologist made merch like you see at the top there. I was also going to make one for my Pickens folks that said Pickens-born meteorologist made just because it's a little more homey. Probably going to let that one go in. But Asheville, some heavy rain on the way for Asheville tonight. So heads up. Albemarle at 94, only 44% humidity out there near the Uwaris. Or Uwaris. Is it Uwaris or Uwaris? Because I have a friend from Albemarle that always makes fun of the way I say it. I don't know if I normally say Uwari or Uwari, but he gets mad at me either way. Chances of tornado warning for Piedmont and both Carolinas. It's very possible. And honestly, the chance isn't really going to decrease from here. It'll stay pretty elevated tonight. That threat for isolated tornadoes. Yeah, Uwari. Okay, Uwari, Kenny. Thank you. I do want to go back up near, looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning on these cells up here near the Triad. Let's give you an update on these storms. So another storm behind the Pilot Mountain storm, a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one going to be for Mitchell River, Gameland, Stone Mountain State Park, really pretty rural area here just north of Elkin. Zoom in. Oh, there we go. There's some more towns showing up. Moxley, Dockery, Trap Hill, Austin, Dothan, Thurmond. Is that right? Thurmond? I got to wear my glasses, y'all. So this one, again, going to be straight line winds and some hail. No tornado warning on either of these, but there is some wind shear out here, so I will watch these. Same for this little storm up near Ridgeway. Has a little bit of rotation in it, but nothing that's jumping out and screaming, you know. Is it batten down the hatches? Is that the saying? Because I messed up one saying the other day. I said mute point instead of moot point. So obviously, you know, I've got to work on my sayings a little bit. All right, some gusty winds in the storm near Augusta. Huh. Really putting the gust in Augusta, right? Haha. Gosh, I'm funny. Little bit of broad rotation near Westminster. Nothing, you know, jumping out and saying, you know, overly concerned, but there is some spin with this storm near Westminster. Nothing on correlation coefficient. That's good. That one's going to move towards Seneca, 6 Mile, and maybe even Pickens over the next hour. A little bit of broad spin in that one. I'm watching it. Lisa says it's sideways. Pouring down in Sumter. Yeah, Sumter getting it good right now for sure, y'all. Down here in Charleston. They dropped the severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. It kind of blew itself, you know, out, if you will, but coming down good down here this way. Do y'all hear that little thunder sound, by the way, whenever like a new member pops up? I hear the thunder sound. I set up a little thunder sound. I don't know if it actually happens, though. Actually, you probably aren't hearing it because I have my desktop audio turned down. Whatever. It's all right. Kenny said, I forgot what rain looks like. Well, you'll find out tonight, Kenny. You might have to be like trying to find those snowflakes in the floodlights. But hey, it's possible. Oh, thank you, Kenny. Sending the gift memberships. Appreciate that very much. Might stay up to see it. Hey, I don't blame you, Kenny. I would. I'm going to stay up here in Charlotte to see the rain. That's for sure. It's like a holiday. Thank you very much for that super chat, Barbie. Barbie says, thank you, Gerald, for keeping us updated. When we got the ice and snow earlier this year, I got over-prepared, but would rather be over-prepared than need something when it was too late. And that's the way to go. I'm very happy with how the winter went. Obviously, our biggest snowstorm since 2004 in North Carolina, the biggest ever in parts of North Carolina. So, yeah, it's good to always be over prepared because I think, I'll be honest with you, folks, I think this winter is going to be crazy. I really do. Super El Nino is notorious for big nor'easters and big East Coast storms. So I think I'm going to have my work cut out for me come, November onward. Heck, I got my work cut out for me right now in June. And June is normally one of the quiet months. So Super El Nino is doing its thing. That's for sure. It is doing its thing. Chatham County tuning in. Appreciate that. Jonathan says, absolutely nuking rain in Abbeville. I believe it. What's the wind like, Jonathan? Is it pretty windy as well? Did I see the new SPC update? I saw the one from this afternoon. Did they drop a new one over the past, hour or so? Because I can check. I'll be honest, this is terrible of me, but I'll tell you the truth. I've been a weather nerd my entire life, and I still don't know the exact times that SPC updates come out. I know NHC updates are 2 o'clock and 8 o'clock, and then they add on 5 and, or not 2 o'clock and 8 o'clock. It is that. No, it's 8 o'clock and 2 o'clock, and then they add on 5 and 11 if there's an actual storm. But all right, SPC is not loading on my computer. Let me load it on my phone. Gastonia will be getting some rain. My buddy Mitch West messaged me. He said, great choice going live. Everyone say hey to Mitch. If Mitch is in the chat down there, I don't know if he is. I might have missed it. He might have said something. Gastonia is going to get rain. Yeah, I guess I did see the new SPC update. Sorry, responding to a text. I was actually talking to the one and only Jamie Arnold, chief meteorologist of WMBF News in Myrtle Beach. So hopefully some of y'all know who Jamie is. Cherokee, North Carolina, going to get some rain tonight. Yep, some gusty winds as well at times. Storming very heavy down in Sumter is what the chat is saying. Appreciate the update on that. Somebody asking about Tallahassee, Florida. Let's not forget our Florida friends. I'm very lucky to have a very good audience down in Florida, so I appreciate y'all. Tallahassee, you're going to get some rain out of this probably, but the storm has shifted north from the Panhandle a little bit outside of the most western couple of counties of the Panhandle. So I think Tallahassee, you're going to fare okay, but not quite as bad as what they're seeing out in the western Panhandle. Somebody asked about the membership. So there's 3 levels to the membership, and I'll be honest, it's probably going to change here soon. I've kind of got, I'm in a bit of a crazy period right now with life because I'm about to move. So, I'm going to change some things up in a minute. But right now, the Scud Spotter is the cheapest one. That one gets you fun little emblems and emojis and I got to update them as well because it's been a while since I made them, but it gives you those you can put in chat, and obviously your emblem will be put on the channel. It'll say thank you to our members. The 991 one gets your name featured in all my videos at the beginning. If you watch my videos and you see those, that's tier 2 and 3. And then tier 3, I'm about to change tier 3. I'll be completely honest. So I wouldn't even say get tier 3 right now because it's going to change. So unless you just want to do that for the heck of it. But right now, really, tier 3 gets you kind of the same thing as tier 2, which is completely my fault. But I'm working on fixing that. Hey, massive super chat from Lori in Tennessee. Appreciate that. says rain for north central Tennessee. Well, with a super chat like that, I've got to answer that question with an in-depth answer. So let's do it. Let's go to the forecast and give you an update on that. And y'all have seen all sorts of new members popping up. Appreciate that, everybody. Welcome to the GM Club. They should come with a better name than the GM Club. I don't know. All right. So for that question was for North Central Tennessee. Well, let's talk about it. And let me turn on composite reflectivity. So here's Tennessee, obviously. Here's this evening, and you can see, a little bit of rain right now, kind of working in this evening. There's actually a line of storms depending on where you are exactly in North Central Tennessee. In fact, if I go back to current radar, see that line of storms stretching from kind of Trenton up towards Bowling Green. That's going to work through North Central Tennessee over the next hour or two. Could be a little stormy at times, absolutely. But other than that, little boring there. If I can get the composite reflectivity back, I lost it there for a second. So yeah, that'll work on through it, and then you'll clear out. Nice drier air will work on in for tomorrow. Sorry, double clicked by accident. Bobbed when I meant to weave. Hey, new severe thunderstorm warning. This one down near Allendale, or as Mitch West once called it, Allentown, South Carolina. I don't know if y'all have ever seen the video of Mitch West intercepting that big tornado down there. He was hyped up so much on adrenaline, he said Allentown, just like PA, Allentown, PA. I'm just making fun of Mitch. But yeah, so this one going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, radar indicated. Let's get a look at some of the winds on this one. Oh yeah, some gusty winds on this one for sure. So right now, if you are in Hiltonia or Allendale, some gustier winds working your way. Looks like some 30s and near 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts showing up on that right now. But I will say, radar seems to be underperforming some of these storms. We've had trees knocked down from storms that have readings like this, but in reality, they're doing a good bit more. So keep that in mind. Gainesville, Georgia. Yeah, you're going to be stormy for the rest of the night. Nothing you haven't seen before, but it'll be stormy for sure. Man, my coffee's getting cold, y'all. I appreciate that. Christy says, best weather channel right here. Only up from here, GM Weather, right? Gerald in Valdosta, what can I expect? Just moved into my new house, hoping to not have an insurance claim so soon. Yeah, let's try to avoid the insurance claims down there in Valdosta. We do need to watch for a little bit of a tornado threat tonight. It's not off the chart, and definitely some gusty winds. I think for much of southern Georgia, kind of south of the Atlanta metro, what we need to watch is this band of storms that is moving into Georgia. And right now it's from LaGrange to back down towards Clayton, Alabama, and into Crestview, Florida. That is going to kind of move through much of southern Georgia over the next couple of hours and throughout tonight. So it's going to bring some gusty winds, could bring down a couple trees. It's not going to be, again, something we haven't seen before, but it's one of those storms that one house might have a down tree and 99% don't. So, but as meteorologists, just where the science is right now, I can't tell you exactly whose house is going to have a tree come down due to a strong storm, but I can tell you the general area. And I think everyone in South Georgia should be mindful of strong to severe storms tonight. Quick microwave coffee. I might run to the microwave and put the coffee in there. It might not be the worst idea. Hey, first hour of the live stream is we've done it. So thank you everybody that's tuned in for the first hour. It means a lot to me. Also, as I've said many times before, thank you so much to everyone that has gifted a membership, become a member on their own, or dropped a super chat. We've had some really big super chats this evening. So people like you are why this channel can continue and survive. And even if you're just watching on your own, that means a lot to me as well. Who's a new viewer, by the way? Everyone let me know how long you've been a GM Weather viewer down there. I'd love to hear. Obviously, we had a lot of big growth this past winter, but some of you have been here since the beginning, which is, heck, I guess it'll be 3 years this upcoming winter. Yeah, I think 3 years. It'll be maybe 4. 3 or 4 years, something like that. No, 4, yeah, because I just graduated. So 4 years. Wow, 4 years here on YouTube. Crazy. Kenny been a member for 16 months. That's what I'm talking about. Christy, 2 to 3 years, been in here. Awesome. How's Chattanooga going to be tonight? Some rain in Chattanooga, but the storm's going to mainly pass to your south. Got some new severe thunderstorm warnings blowing up down here in Florida for strong winds. So if you're in the western Florida panhandle, be mindful of those from Crestview to Milton and McDavid. Panama City could even get some of those storms over the next couple of hours. But right now, all calm in Panama City. Check out some of these storms coming in out of the Atlantic, starting to feed into this kind of like secondary or primary band. So watch these coming on through Savannah. Some gusty winds, heavy downpours, even down towards Jacksonville, Florida, getting some of those. Then we've got these storms I'm still watching up into the Triad. Michael just subscribed a couple days ago. Awesome. Well, welcome to the channel, Michael. Got these storms up into the Triad I'm watching. So got a lot going on out there. A little update on these upstate storms with these severe thunderstorm warnings working on in. Take a look at this Pickens storm once more. So a little bit of rotation down here near Westminster. Again, it's nothing off the charts. Nothing I would say would be tornado warning worthy by any means. But, you know, it's the things that we watch here. Chesney's on the northern side of the tornado risk, so it's not super high in Chesney, but it's something to watch for sure as some of these storms work on through Chesney. I think mainly a heavy rain threat there in Chesney throughout tonight, really once it starts onward through the overnight hours. All right, let me see if I can get a new camera. So bear with me. I'm looking on my Georgia map here at the top and seeing if I can find a new camera to look at. With some of these storms. Let's not zoom out that much. I think some of these storms out near Columbus could be interesting to look at. All right, so move the camera to Columbus, Georgia, just because they're about to get hit pretty good by a good storm, it looks like. So it'll be interesting to watch that that transpire in real time. Yeah, Pickens does like to get skipped from time to time. That it does. That it does. It's funny. All right, somebody's asking about Walton County in Georgia. Let me answer that question because I think that question's come in about 3,000 times, which is okay. Let me find out where Walton County is in Georgia, though. All right, Walton County, Georgia is getting some rain. Small tornado threat and strong wind threat in Walton there, but you've already probably had some strong winds. Some of these storms working on through, actually, but... You know, Gary, I wish I could move it. You know, I get that joke all the time, but sometimes I do genuinely wonder. Some people think that I can actually like control the weather. Some people, I mean, there are people out there that legitimately think that as a meteorologist, I have the power to like control what happens. But that's just the state of the United States. Okay, you know, is what it is there. I'll lean down a little bit, maybe tilt my camera down just a tad because that'll be, oh, not that much. Oh, not that much either. So I can move that. Just a little bit more. Sorry. Doing a little bit of... Yeah, that's fine. It's good enough. Leaning back in my chair a little bit because Lord knows how long we'll be here. Might be here a while. Appreciate all about 800 of y'all tuning in. This is a great crowd. Just started to rain in Columbus. Demand rain in Horry County. It'll be on the way. Hey, true story about Horry County. Before I had ever visited Horry County, I was saying Horry County, which was probably kind of offensive to some people. It was not in, cruel intentions. That was just what I thought it was. But no, it's Horry County. The H is silent. More viewers and chatters? Well, yeah, that's okay. We'll allow it. What about Boston? Hey, you know what? Let's talk about Boston real quick because I don't think we have any more tornado warnings up there, but we'll always update my friends up this way. Let's do K-Box. It's the name of the radar site out here in Boston. Give it a second to load in. All right, so tornado warnings have all expired in Boston, but gusty winds working through the city right now. There's your update. Sorry, I mean, that's all there is for Boston. Doing a look at these storms up in the Triad again. See what's going on here. Wow, is that a bounded weak ecoregion I see? I see a little donut hole. We call that a bounded weak ecoregion, or BWER. That's this little hole that you see right there. That's because there's some rotation in the mid-level of the storm. So not quite strong enough to get a tornado warning, but it's something to watch for show. For show. Storm behind it looks relatively tame. Look at these upstate storms. I wonder, why does this one not feel smooth, but the other one does feel smooth? I guess it is smooth. Huh. Also, am I at the right tilt? Yeah, I'm at the right tilt. I don't know. Whatever, it's fine. Heavy rain about to move into Pickens. Got some heavy rain down near Seneca right now. I said some cells starting to pop around Charlotte. Yeah, we've got some rain right now out over the airport. I've got a buddy that works at the airport. Wonder if he's working right now. He might. He's a weather observer, so bless him if he's having to deal with that. So got some storms, yeah, near Lake Wiley, over near Kings Mountain, Patterson Spring, just south of Shelby's got some rain and some showers and storms getting going. Plenty of storms out near Florence and Darlington right now. We've got storms south of there as well. Raining in Charleston, Goose Creek. Rain in Edgefield. In fact, hey, look at that. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going to include the western side of Columbia. So Lexington, South Carolina, now under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is warned for, looks like dime-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So if you live in Gilbert, Red Bank, Pillion, or Pillion maybe is I think how they might actually pronounce that. Gaston, Swansea, Sally, Wagner, Ridge Springs, Edgefield, Chapin, probably Irmo as well if Chapin's in it. I think Irmo's south of Chapin, I want to say. Or is Irmo north of Chapin? You know what? We'll say Irmo anyway. Although I can't find Irmo on the map, but I know it's around here. Either way, severe thunderstorm warning for that one. Oh, hit the wrong button. I don't know what that one is. Yeah. Thank you very much for the super chat. Rebecca says, bless you and thank you for keeping us informed. I'm in Pine Mountain, Georgia, and all is well here. Well, thank you very much, Rebecca. That means a lot to me, and I appreciate that super chat. Helps the channel out a lot. Thank you to Ellie for joining the Scud Spotters. Appreciate that. Yeah, so something I've noticed, wow, did y'all just hear me pop my neck? That was crazy. Something I've noticed a lot is the Storm Prediction Center. I don't know what it is with their whole, like, their percent chance of a watch being issued. I really don't like it. Actually, we have a brand new tornado warning, so we need to talk about that. You're probably about to hear the sirens start blaring here in a second, everybody, so be advised on that. Yeah, we'll table that. Let's talk about this tornado warning because we have our first tornado warning of the day. This one goes to Georgia. So first tornado warning of the live stream. Georgia, congratulations. You are the winner and or loser on this one. Hey, that's right where I set up the camera. Dang, I'm good at this. That is literally where I set up that camera. See that camera at the top? That's literally where the tornado warning is. All right, here we go. A kink in the line is what this one's going to be. So see this S shape right here? So you've got winds blowing out down this way and winds blowing back into the storm this way. And that's creating an area of rotation in between. And that's what we need to watch for a brand new tornado warning. This one is going to be radar indicated, they're calling it. So that is good information to have. That's for Upatol, Georgia. This is not quite for Columbus, but oh my gosh, Chatulga, Georgia. It's a tough name. Liberty Hall, Box Springs, Juniper,
attention, a
Beauville,
new radar indicated tornado
Ridgeway,
has
and
been
Olive
issued.
Branch. Oh yeah, definitely some rotation right in here. So if there's a tornado, it's right near Chatulga right now, and that's going to be moving near Northwest Range Complex over the next little bit. Right here is your rotation. It's easy as day to see. Red's going out from the storm, green is coming in, and that is your radar indicated tornado. Taking a look at correlation coefficient, there's not a debris signature yet, so that's good. We'll hope that that stays that way. There's something a little sketchy up here near Chatulga, but I'm not sold enough that that matches up perfectly to be a debris signature. All right, so yeah, first tornado warning of the day for Georgia, everybody. All right, let's see if I can get a better camera now that that's... this camera might be kind of good. All right, so this is a tornado warned storm, and you can see this is right near that tornado warning coming down hard and heavy in Georgia. So be advised on that, everybody. So if nobody in this part of Georgia, call them up, let them know, say, hey, GM Weather's live on YouTube right now covering this thing. And also let me fix my camera because it's a little bit wonky. Let's do that. Oh, did you see the flash there? Oh, we might lose the camera. We might lose the camera here, everybody. Yeah, so you saw the flash. I'm not sure if that was a power flash or a or what that was, but all right, so this is the tornado warning in Georgia, everyone. It's a pretty stout signature. Yeah, it's only getting stronger. If you live in
a new radar
Upatoy,
indicated tornado warning has been issued.
yeah, and we've got a new tornado warning just to the north as well. So things are popping off here in Georgia. 2 different tornado warnings. And again, all this is going to be moving towards the Carolinas later. So, hey, we've got 2 tornado warnings I need you to be mindful of. And this one looks the most concerning. Let's go back to our radar full and discuss this one. This is the new one. Shiloh, Georgia, Manchester, Georgia, Warm Springs, Georgia. Very strong little couplet showing up here. Luckily, not any debris signature yet, but I'll tell you, that is the strongest rotation we've seen so far today by a while. That's going to go right into Shiloh, Flint Hill, Sardis, and Manchester. Manchester, Georgia, obviously a pretty big city here, it looks like. I need you to be on your A game. That one looks pretty serious as it's about to go into Manchester. All right, let me see if I can get a new camera to... Oh, just saw another flash there. All right, let's see if there's any cameras up in Manchester, Georgia that I can show y'all. Kind of in a camera dead zone here, it looks like, unfortunately. So I just have to go back to the other camera. It's okay, though. All right, yeah, so who's watching in Georgia? Let me know down below if you're watching in Georgia. Any hail? Not with these tornado warnings, but again, we've got kind of double trouble right now in Georgia, so you got to be very mindful of that. You can see both those areas of rotation very clearly. That's where the red and the green are coming together. All right, yeah. So we've got some folks in Georgia watching, which is good. I'm glad that y'all are here to get the warning for this. So let's go back over it. It's two separate areas of rotation that I'm tracking, both of which are quite strong. This one, the southern area of rotation, that is just to the east northeast of Columbus, and then another area right over basically Shiloh, Georgia, right now. So some bigger cities that need to be in their safe place right now, meaning an interior room away from windows, are going to be Manchester, Georgia. That's with the northern storm. Shiloh, Georgia, Warm Springs, Georgia, and Woodbury, Georgia, all need to be in your safe place. Also to the south of there, if you are in, I believe, Upatol, Georgia, if that's how you pronounce it. If I'm mispronouncing it, I apologize. Box Springs, Juniper, Ridgeway, Bawville, and Olive Branch, Georgia. All of those towns are under a tornado warning as you are hearing my voice. And these are, pretty strong looking couplets here on radar. Again, I'm still watching for any debris signatures. I don't see any. That's definitely good. Both of these are radar indicated tornado warnings as of now. Hopefully we can keep it that way and these don't get upgraded. But yeah, boy, oh boy, these are some pretty feisty looking tornado warnings in Georgia. So things are starting to pick up here in the tornado department. Absolutely. Very near Upatoi. Yeah, so if you know anyone down here, hey, call them up. Georgia on our mind right now with these storms working on through, producing possible tornadoes. All of this thanks to the remnants of Tropical Storm Arthur working through the region, bringing plenty of wind shear. So I know many of us want the rain from this storm. Hey, I'm with you. Getting rid of the drought is obviously a great thing, and we need that. However, we do not want the tornadoes, and that is a threat that we have to watch today with these storms rolling on through. So these are the only active tornado warnings right now. It's two of them. So down here in Georgia, this Shiloh one in particular is a very tight couplet, and brand new scan is even tighter, which is interesting because it doesn't even look that impressive on reflectivity. But that's how these storms often go with these tropical systems. Is sometimes they don't look great on reflectivity, but are still pretty strong. Yeah, so a possible tornado moving right into Shiloh right now, then Flint Hill, and would go right through Manchester, Georgia. So these are still radar indicated. It's not spotter confirmed or radar confirmed, but that Shiloh storm is definitely tight in a rotation standpoint. Even the one near Upatoi is quite tight as well. So either of these storms are very capable of dropping a tornado at really any moment out here in Georgia. These just crossed in from Alabama. This is not far from Columbus, Georgia, to give you a big city. And they both kind of spun up at the same time. So I wonder if that low-level jet is starting to kick in and these storms are feeling it a little bit more out there. So again, folks, if you know anyone here in southwestern Georgia, near Columbus, Manchester, Greenville, Georgia, just to name a couple areas, do have two active tornado warnings. Just to give you an idea and a reminder, That's where these storms are right now. Now, these two storms themselves might not produce tornadoes later, but this is the environment that has been capable of producing tornadoes, and that is going to continue to spread throughout Georgia and eventually into South Carolina later tonight. So, a lot of reasons to be on guard with these storms. Both of these active tornado warnings are definitely one of those reasons why. Looks like very heavy rain right now up towards Toccoa, Walhalla. Pickens about to get some very heavy rain. Let's get an update on these storms up that way on local radar. Make sure everything is behaving as it should and not getting out of hand. A little less wind shear up this way right now, so that's helping some of these storms stay a little bit calmer from a tornado standpoint. So that's good. Let's check the triad storms again. Make sure these are behaving as they should. I do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Danbury, Madison, Walnut Cove, and this is going to be also that Belwas Lake. I really can't read it. Sorry, I need to get some glasses on. Stokesburg, like I said, Walnut Cove, Baileytown, Rosebud, Brook Cove, all under a severe thunderstorm warning up here in North Carolina for radar indicated hail and winds. Definitely some strong winds in that one, and probably hail as well. Looks like a pretty good hail core there showing up. So you be mindful of those storms as well. Columbia, South Carolina under a severe thunderstorm warning, at least the western side of the city, right across the which one of these is the Ashley, one of them is the Cooper. I don't know which one's which. I always forget. But either way, out towards the Lexington side of town under a severe thunderstorm warning. So heads up on that. That's going to move into Columbia eventually. And then obviously, as I said, very carefully watching these two tornado warnings down in Georgia. Yeah, still two pockets of strong rotation there. All right, read chat a little bit. Hey, I appreciate the nice comments there. Yeah, do not park under an overpass in a tornado warning is a great
New information.
reminder.
This tornado warning has been updated.
All right, so both of these are still radar indicated, it looks like, and are still the only two tornado warnings on the map. Although it looks like my key down there for some reason might need a little bit of refreshing. So again, a reminder, folks, these are very tropical storms. So this is not going to be your typical,
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Looking storm like you would see in the Midwest or the plains, or like what we saw in Illinois yesterday. These are going to be rain wrap, messy, squall line tornadoes, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Like if you were to remove the tornado warnings and just look at reflectivity, and you looked at this on radar, you'd think probably nothing to really worry about. But then you look at the spin, and you start to notice there is a lot of it. That green and that red is very close and very tight here. So one area up near Manchester, like I mentioned, and then another further to the south, right over Upatol. The good news, still not seeing anything on correlation coefficient that says we have a debris signature, so that's good. That is definitely good news. And this southern warning, kind of a couple different areas to watch. There's one little area spin here, maybe another area trying to get going down here that can move towards Geneva, Junction City later on. Something to keep a close eye on. All right, let's get another check-in on where everyone is watching from. Let's do a little. Actually, you know what I think I can do? Hey, I'm gonna set up a poll, all right? And I want everyone to click an answer. Do a little fun game here. All right, we're gonna do some little hometown pride here. All right, so let's do Virginia. Actually, we'll have to do other. All right, the question is, what state are you watching from? Now, YouTube will only let me put 4 options on the poll, so I put Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and other. Let's see who's gonna win. All right, let's see who has the most hometown or home state pride here in the chat. Let's see who's tuning in. It's pretty even so far. 51 votes. Keep on voting, everybody. Ooh, Georgia's in the lead. Oh, North Carolina coming down the backstretch. It's too wide. South Carolina in a distant third. Oh, Lord. Who's going to win this one? Georgia, North Carolina fighting this one out. Come on, North Carolina people. I trusted y'all to tune in. South Carolina, got to do better. We got to do more than that. 98 votes in. Oh, it's tied. It's tied. Oh, I love this. We should do this more often. This is fun. Got some folks outside. Other is doing pretty good too. This is a pretty good 4-way split. North Carolina's taking the lead now. Might be over for Georgia. It might be over for Georgia. I don't know. I think North Carolina is going to come in the final minute through a Hail Mary for North Carolina. They might pull it off. All right, I'm going to end the poll in 1 minute. In 1 minute, I'll end the poll. It's a pretty good mix, though. I'll say. I mean, that's about as even of a mix as you can get, to be honest. So. All right, while I wait for that poll to keep going, some good news. That Manchester area of spin looks like it's weakening. So good news for folks in Manchester, Georgia. Still under a tornado warning, but spin looks weaker than it once was. Also, that spin out near Yupatal seems a little bit more broad than it once was, although there's a little area down to the south maybe to watch. But that is good news that those storms are weakening a little bit. And they're going to do that. They're going to cycle in and out. It's just going to be the name of the game here with this setup. Georgia came back. Wow, Georgia. All right. I'll let the poll keep running, but I think we might have to give the victory flag to Georgia. Heck, even South Carolina came up to tie North Carolina. All right, North Carolina, Tar Heel State. Hey, South Carolina came up there at the end, so I'll give it to them. But Georgia wins this go around. I'm sure if we had a tornado warning in North Carolina or South Carolina, y'all would have bigger numbers, but it's kind of unfair, I guess, right? Hey, my mom's in the chat. Everyone say hey to Gerald's mom. Say hey, Gerald's mom, watching in Pickens. Not the Go Dogs. Come on, y'all. Y'all killing me. Y'all killing me with the Go Dogs. All right, let me answer this question. Thank you for the super chat. war underscore, I guess it's maybe supposed to be Adam or just ADM or Admiral, maybe. Yeah, that's probably what that is. Admiral. Yeah, War Admiral. That's, hey, I figured it out. Thanks for the super chat. Says, just curious on the question regarding the SPC issuance chance. Seems like 5% chance of issuance within an hour or two seems unnecessary. However, I don't mean to challenge their expertise. Thoughts? It's completely normal to challenge them because at the end of the day, we're all humans. So it's normal to ask questions of human decisions. That I think is a completely fine thing to do. Yeah, you know what? I've been confused by that a lot too. Like, why even issue it if it's a 5% chance? And on top of that, sometimes they'll issue one that's a 5% chance that I just look at and I think that should be way higher than 5%. Like, but it comes down to a lot of the time. I don't want to say this and like sound like, I think the SPC is crooked or anything, not at all. But I do think sometimes they will issue things based off of the forecast they already made instead of what's happening in real time. So if they only put a marginal risk up that morning, but like, what is breaking loose, I think sometimes they're more reluctant to issue the watch because they're like, oh, well, we didn't think this would happen and we don't want to lose face. I think there's a little bit of that too. But no, they are the experts though. So yeah, I don't know why they issued those. I really don't. It doesn't make sense to me either. There's a lot of things that go down to the SPC that don't make sense to me though. I also don't like their whole new way of doing the outlooks with the hatched and not hatched, and that's why I don't even hardly show it to y'all anymore because it's like it's more confusing than anything else. Winds starting to gust in Simpsonville. Yeah, Holly, I guess all three of the Pickens natives are there in the chat right now. Yeah, all three people in the sprawling metropolis of Pickens, South Carolina. Where the mountains begin, though, everybody. It is where the mountains begin. New severe thunderstorm warning up here near Knoxville. Talk about that. Looks like for some gusty winds. Yep, gusty winds out of that storm near Jefferson City, White Pine, Morristown, Russellville, Bulls Gap. So, hey, heads up for those. Update on these upstate storms. Lost some of the severe warnings in the upstate, but still very heavy rain about to move in. Westminster, very heavy rain right now. Walhalla's up next for that. Seneca, Pickens within the next 30 minutes going to really pick up in the rainfall. And some gusty winds in that as well. No warnings right now, but some gusty winds for sure. Still have that severe thunderstorm warning down in Allendale. Severe thunderstorm warning in Lexington. Oops, that's weird. In Lexington, South Carolina, as well as Chapin, Gilbert, Batesburg, Leesville, former home of the South Carolina 3A state championships for marching band at least. Severe thunderstorm warning down here near Savannah as well for Hinesville, Georgia. These tornado warnings continue to look a little less impressive unless something has changed in the past couple scans. Yeah, that Manchester storm, that one's probably going to be able to expire. Probably, it looks like some new areas of rotation down to the south trying to get going, so they might issue a new one here. There's one area of rotation right there. This pin is very delayed for some reason, and then there's another one right there to the south. So watching those. So maybe a new warning could get issued down here to the south. Would not completely shock me. By any means. Oops, that's not the button I wanted. So just keep that in mind. If you're in Junction City, I'd still watch out. Oakland, watch out. Norwich, Georgia. No warning for y'all right now, but I could see a new one getting issued. That northern one near Manchester, though, I think is starting to lose some steam. So good news on that front. New report just came in of some flooding. Let me see if I can read that for you. Grovetown, Harlem, Georgia. Localized flooding in the street. Hydroplaning is possible with this rainfall amount, and the inches of rain that have fallen is 3.5. It says that was as of 6:51, so as of right now. So there's an updated report for everybody. Hopefully you find some use in that report. Yeah, watch out for hydroplaning. That's something a lot of people don't think about, but it is a real threat that can occur for sure. Yeah, so another area we haven't talked a lot about is South Alabama. It is raining cats and dogs down there, including Montgomery. Montgomery's starting to get on the better side, though, so it's starting to clear up in Montgomery. The center of low pressure is literally over Birmingham right now. Like as we speak, the center of low pressure is right over Birmingham. You can see it spinning away there, swirling away. All right, new warning. All right, yeah. Hey, guess what? 1 point Gerald. There's the new tornado warning I said might get issued. Sure enough. Somebody get me a job at the National Weather Service or something, right? Come on now. Come on now. So this one is for Junction City. Like I said, watch out. This one could get warned, and sure enough, it is. And there is a tight couplet here for this tornado warning. So this one to watch. That's going to be moving right to Junction City, Brown Sand, Norwich, Geneva, Howard, Georgia, Baldwinville, Wesley, Poplar Crossroads, and Prattsburg, all under this brand new tornado warning that was just issued. Need to be in a safe place.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Underground, and there's a little bit of radar contamination here, so not quite sure if there's a debris ball, but definitely some very strong rotation. In fact, if we read that, it's showing winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour in one direction, and then 20 or 30 in the other. That's pretty good gate to gate, as we say. So watching that one's moving towards Junction City. Let's see if I can find a new camera to use in Junction City. I'm not so sure I'll be able to, but we can give it a go. Yeah, it doesn't quite look like there's a stream in Junction City, unfortunately. But hey, that'll be okay. I'm not sure this stream is much better, but you know what? It's a funny one, so we'll just show these cars. How about that? We'll just show some cars. Had a super chat. Barbie says, love living in North Carolina except for humidity and hurricane season. Hugo was terrible. Yeah, most people in North Carolina either talk about Hugo or Helene, the two H storms. We have very bad luck here with H storms for whatever reason. Hugo, obviously, there in the 80s. True story, and I say this a lot sometimes during hurricane season. I had a teacher in elementary school that I remember it was the anniversary of Hugo, and she started talking about it. She was from Charleston. And she started crying, she literally started crying talking about Hugo. So it was obviously a very traumatic storm for a lot of folks in the Carolinas, South Carolina especially. It's a pretty good rotation here. Of course, the latest scan is a little less impressive, but that's good news, obviously. We'll keep tracking it, though. So again, that one moving towards Junction City. Anything coming your way in Cool Springs, North Carolina? Well, I can answer that. Ooh. Yeah, some heavy rain tonight up in Cool Springs. Probably not a tornado threat. Some gusty winds possible, but heavy rain's going to be the biggest thing. Man, I tell you, I'm excited. So I move next Wednesday, and I've decided to get a standing desk because, boy, oh boy, it can get a little... my legs like to move, all right? So sitting down for these long streams, I mean, obviously it's fine. It's much better. It's a much better job than, swinging a hammer on a roof or something, but I would like to stand, so that'll be nice to have. All right, looks like we've got an update on this severe thunderstorm warning out near Columbia. Still radar indicated source for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's get an update on radar. So luckily the radar site is literally right here, so you're going to get a pretty good view of this. Anybody watching in Columbia or the Columbia Metro, let me know, because you got some gusty winds coming your way. Probably a pretty good shelf cloud on this. I wonder if Mitch West has posted anything with this one. He lives near Columbia, so... Yeah, Helene took a lot of power out for a lot of folks. Luckily, this one is no Helene, and I would hope that we can avoid another one for quite some time. That really was a bit of a generational storm for a lot of parts of the Western Carolinas. So we like to avoid those generational storms and keep them, well, generational would be the goal. All right, just going to keep babysitting this Georgia tornado warning because at the end of the day, these are the only tornado warnings on the map. So we're going to do a little bit of babysitting. That's okay. Got to take good care of them, make sure they're not doing anything. Still some spin back on the north side. So this is the typical thing with these tropical systems. It's going to cycle. So now starting to spin back up a little bit to the north. This area is spin a little bit weaker. The area up towards Manchester looks a bit weaker compared to what it once was. This is the typical, way that this ends up going. So just if you're basically anywhere along this line, what we could probably do is track it out. Although for some reason, the tracking tool I've had some troubles with, but you know what? Let's see if we can get it to work. Storm tracker, line track, miles per hour, finish line. What does that do? Oh, wait, I broke it. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. False. I'm breaking it. Let me try again. On the storm tracker. You didn't see that. You did not see that. Stop looking. I'm messing it up. Okay. Let's try that again. Storm tracker. All right. And I would not focus so much on the times because I think the times are a little off on this. I don't know how to adjust that. And it doesn't really give me a way to, unfortunately, to my knowledge. But these are the towns in Georgia that if you're in any of these towns, just know that the tornado threat is rising over the next hour. These storms are going to keep cycling, so it's going to be tough to get an exact, who's going to see what, but tornado threat is increasing in these towns. What's up, my Carolina Outdoors? How are you? By the way, if anybody owns a small business in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, and you want your ad on this stream, reach out to me. Yeah. Email me, GeraldAMengel24@gmail.com. Hit me up. I do have a new severe thunderstorm warning here in North Carolina out near Rockingham. So it looks like a pretty strong storm with near 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds from Hamlet, Old Hundred, Rockingham, Hoffman, getting up towards Aberdeen. So if you live in this area, strong gusty winds and some small hail could be working into your neck of the woods. Watch out for that over the next 30 minutes to an hour. Very heavy rain in Walhalla right now, Westminster, raining cats and dogs there. We've got some storms up to the north of North Carolina. So a lot of folks getting some much needed rain here in the Carolinas. We've heard your complaints, and Mother Nature is doing her best to relieve a little bit of drought. Not going to be enough to get rid of it by any means, but hey, every little bit helps, right? Columbus is not under a tornado warning anymore. In fact, we're down to 1 tornado warning. And I also don't know why the people in tornado warning thing isn't working anymore. That broke. I'll have to ask Claude to fix that later on. But yeah, we are... So I already got an email. Oh, that's good. I will say, you know what? Let me actually look this up real quick. The email, if you'd like to email me, I can go ahead and type it in chat, actually. For any business inquiries, that is the email. Oh, camera's a little laggy. Apologize, it's back. I need to bump my camera brightness up a little bit. It's getting a little dark. The sun's setting. Darkness falleth upon my apartment in Charlotte. Yeah, I mean, it's so funny because Arthur was a real mess over the Gulf from a, you know, it still had a big blob of convection that we were tracking for a while there. But isn't it funny how much more organized it is now? Like you can very clearly see the spin right over Birmingham, and you can literally see this working right into the Carolinas. Yeah, it's always interesting how that ends up happening. And that's because it's not even really tropical anymore. It's post-tropical. So it's helping to kind of pick up some of that, that upper level lift, which is always good. Whoa. 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 That's insane. Sorry, I'm very quickly responding to something, everybody, of great necessity. By the way, if you have any questions, ask them because, again, we're in a little bit of a lull from a tornado standpoint. I know we got the one warning, but, you know, we are babysitting that.
This tornado warning has been updated.
Like they just updated it a little bit so we can keep watching it. But thank you, Mid-South Express. Appreciate that. Yeah, Barbie, it is going to gain strength once it leaves North Carolina off the coast. Actually, it might even become tropical again. So, great question. Now, at that point, it, again, will probably be post-tropical, subtropical, whatever you want to call it. But it will still be getting stronger, nonetheless. I just heard a thunder in Charlotte. I heard a thunder. Hello, thunder. Thunder, hardly knew her. A little bit of the GMWeather comedy here, everybody. All right, cool. Sorry, I'm back. I just pressed a button. All right. Yeah, getting overcast in Cherville. Love it. Shara tuning in. Thunder and take a K. Yeah, let's get a little look at the Charlotte area because I hear some thunder. Some other folks hearing some thunder. Let's get a little update on that. Yeah, we got some little popcorns. I live in University City right now, at least, as that is where I just graduated from. And you can see these little popcorn storms. Now, the tornado threat with these are pretty low just because we don't have a lot of wind shear yet. The wind shear moves in tonight, but little popcorn storms, a stronger one out towards Rockingham. So some of these are getting kind of strong for sure. Yeah, let me turn on the lightning on this as well and hope that my computer doesn't explode because it's getting pretty thundery here in Charlotte. Yeah, sure enough, Charlotte getting some pretty good lightning right now. I see all these little lightning bolts. All storms in Charleston today were extra rumbly. You know, I like that. I'm gonna start using that as a is that an adjective? Yeah, a describing word. Extra rumbly these storms are today. Talk about rumbly. The storms back out. Yeah, look at the lightning with these storms, and actually the ones in the upstate aren't that bad, but these storms down in Georgia are very rumbly. In fact, if I turn off the radar and just put the lightning on, look at all the lightning bolts. In fact, I think they actually added a tool that I can like look at how many lightning bolts there have been. Whoa, what is that? I didn't know I could even do that. That's exciting. I think there's a storm tracker. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. There's a way, I think, though, to look at how many lightning bolts there are. Oh, lightning counter. Yes. Yeah. So on screen right now, you see 9,017 lightning bolts. Well, hopefully y'all can still hear me. I had a little oopsie on my computer. Hopefully I didn't go out. If I went out, I apologize. Oh, great. Now I can't read the chats anymore. I gotta fix that. Well, just great. Yeah, so 9,000 lightning bolts. Pretty good. Yeah, it's pouring. It's pouring here in Charlotte. Good old torrential downpour. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning in Columbia officially. Basically half the Midlands of South Carolina are included in this one, it seems. So if you live in Columbia and all surrounding areas, Lexington, Gilbert, Chapin, Blythewood, Ridgeway, the entire Columbia metro, let's leave it at that. You're under severe thunderstorm warning for this complex of storms coming on through. So, hey, if you live in that area, be advised. Be advised. I'll refresh this and get the stream working again would be great. All right, we'll do this the old-fashioned way then. Sorry, I'm having to do a little behind-the-scenes work. That's what happens whenever it's a one-man show, everybody, which, hey, it's absolutely a one-man show here at GMWeather, which is okay. It's fine. That's fine. By the way, we are at, just out of pure curiosity, 105,670 subscribers. So we've gained about 2,000 this week. So appreciate that from everybody. If you are not already subscribed and you're watching the stream and you enjoy it, why not subscribe, right? I mean, that seems like that would be something worth your while, if you ask me. South Park sky is looking very ominous. Yeah, I believe it in South Park. I would believe it. So there's going to be a little bit of a lull in parts of the Carolinas. We're getting round one right now. You see that round one, then there's a little bit of a gap right kind of near eastern Georgia down towards Americus, Albany, Eastman, and then round two, which is going to be probably the more significant round in terms of rain and wind right now. It's out towards Columbus, LaGrange, the Atlanta area, Troy, Andalusia, all those areas that are getting pounded pretty hard. That'll be round two. That'll move on through as we go into tonight. So just a little update there. Wind picking up in Conover, Pendleton, South Carolina, tuning in. Appreciate the new members that are joining on in. Thank you very much. Is Columbus, Georgia going to be good for tonight? Yeah, the worst of it's past you from a tornado standpoint. Some heavy rain, though, for the next couple of hours. You need to watch for a little bit of a flooding threat. Ooh, about choked on that sip of water. Oh, Lord. Try to avoid dying tonight if I can. That'd be good. Got folks watching in New York. Lovely. Hey, Pickens, South Carolina. Appreciate the live coverage. You know what, Pickens SC? I love you. That's my hometown. I'm always here for you. Don't you worry. Don't you worry about it. As long as the internet is working and the skies are doing something interesting, I'll be here. All right, I do have a new tornado warning down here in Georgia because they just will not give up, will they? Thank you very much for the super chat. It says, thanks for all you do, Melissa. Thank you very much. I'll give that a big old fat heart. Thank you very much. All right, so it looks like they updated the tornado warning, not necessarily formed a new one. So if there is a tornado down here, probably going to be just to the east of Junction City. But I'll be honest, this is not the strongest rotation I've seen so far today. And it's just radar indicated. So yeah, but if there's a tornado, would likely be just east of Junction City, north of Howard, moving towards Wesley. So definitely be in your safe place if you're in Wesley. But
new information. This tornado warning has been updated.
But they've cut off half that warning, so they'll probably let it expire after that, which is obviously good news. Well, every time there's a tornado warning, Christy puts in the tornado emojis. Love it. Love it. All right, let's see if we can get a new camera. You know what I'm going to do is turn that off for a second. I'm going to go hunting for a live camera. Maybe we can get a South Carolina camera. See if there's any South Carolina cameras. Give me one moment. I'll try to find that. All right, we've got a South Carolina camera now. Beautiful. Give me 1 second to add it, though, because I guess it just hates me and didn't add it the right way. That's okay. It's fine. I didn't want to do it the easy way anyway. So we got to delete that. Got to add a whole new one. Add source. Add display source. Oh, I need a secretary or something. All right. Well, automatic, and then that, and then don't do that, don't do that. Where did it go? Do you hate me or something? Oh. It hates me. I don't know. My camera might just be dead forever. Okay, let's try one more time. Again, I apologize, everyone, that just kind of behind the scenes stuff. There's nothing I can really do about
this. A new
this.
radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, looks like they extended that Georgia warning. That's pretty surprising, to be honest with you, but whatever. What do I know? Where is this? Is it just... Okay, whatever. I don't know, y'all. I really don't. Also make sure that that is in the right... Yeah, whatever. I don't know. I'll find a new camera in a second. Let me update you on this tornado warning, though, and then we'll deal with that. I can only make technology do so much. All right, so they did extend this tornado warning. I'm a little surprised by that decision making, but maybe it's got a better scan now. Let's see. Yeah, it does have a better scan. So you know what? That does make sense. Yeah, so area of rotation still just north of Howard. It's definitely a little bit stronger here. They are still calling this radar indicated. So if you're in Howard, Salem, and any point in between, Gerald, Wesley, not Gerald, but Jarrell maybe, or Gerald, I don't know, whichever way y'all pronounce that town name. Ficking Mill, I think is what that says. I promise that's the name of the town, y'all. I'm not trying to say something else. Yeah, tornado warning for you. It is a pretty tight couplet. Again, these are just tough because by the time they spin up, they spin themselves out. So yeah. Sam says 85 corridor is very windy. I believe it. Aiken, South Carolina, rocking. Just find a wife. Hey, that's also an option. Those are expensive though. Wives are expensive. By the way, for all the people reaching out about business ads, I will definitely reach out to you, but I'm gonna have to do it after the stream because obviously I don't want to do just business right now. I do want to keep people weather aware, but I promise I will reach back out to you. All right, now let me try one more time to see if I can get this to work properly. Why that's doing that? That's so strange. Maybe we could do this instead. I think I might have a method to the madness, everybody. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. Again, I'm sorry. We might just be without a camera for a while because it just stopped working. It just gave up on itself. And you know what? I kind of respect that. Sometimes I want to give up too, but I'm not. Holic says, I'm a wife and I am not expensive. Well, then you're a real relic, I tell you. You're one of a kind. I did see what happened in Effingham. They got hit really bad by a tornado, unfortunately for them. Or a service dog. I would like a service dog as well. Yeah, most of it's missing northern Florida. It's more of a Georgia, Alabama, Carolina problem at this point. Still, like the western panhandle's getting hit hard, but even only then the northern part of those counties are getting hit hard. So yeah, it's most of northern Florida is going to be fine. I didn't see it got a Corvette museum. That's tough. Sorry, I wasn't laughing at that. I was laughing at something Mitch West said. I was laughing. Okay, so me and Mitch always have like a lot of inside jokes, and I would laugh at his video title for tonight. He said the storm is about to, I think he said, give the final blow. I just thought that was funny. It's like a Mortal Kombat or something. The final blow. He said, finish him. It's funny. Hey, some pretty heavy rain moving into Pickens right now, my P-Town folks. Let's get a little update on the GSP radar. No severe warning out of this, but very heavy rain right now in Walhalla, Clemson, Seneca. If anybody's watching in those towns, let me know what you're seeing because I bet it's coming down pretty heavy. That's going to start to move into Anderson, Pickens, and then eventually Greenville and Spartanburg County going to get a band of some pretty heavy rain here as we get into, actually, this is the latest update, so it's really in 6 Mile right now. Yeah, so Greenville, Spartanburg, pretty soon going to get some pretty heavy rain. The winds look relatively calm, but still raining very heavily in those storms. And then obviously we have the lone tornado warning that I can see down here in Georgia. And still looks pretty tight right here. It's over Wesley, so yeah, it definitely would be in my safe place if I'm in Wesley. It's not like off the chart stuff. I've seen worse, but yeah. Hey, who wants to see a shelf cloud picture that Mitch West just caught? Who wants to see a shelf cloud picture from Mitch West that he just caught? I'll give everyone some time to answer that question. Johnny wants to see it. Who else wants to see it? This is the storm. This is the storm coming into Columbia right now. So let me show you on radar what this one looks like. Who wants to go to Four Seasons Orlando? Me. It's funny. All right, here it is. So this is the storm. Mitch lives in Columbia. There it is. Look at that. Look at that big boy. That absolute chungus of a storm. Hopefully I don't get like a notification right now. That'd be embarrassing. But look at that. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah. Good picture, Mitch. Good job. Good job, Mitch. Way to go, Mitchell. We appreciate that. Appreciate his contribution to the stream. Who wants to go to Four Seasons Orlando? Me. It's funny. It is like a UFO. It's like a spaceship. Wowza. Hey, we're only 18 likes away from 500 likes on the stream. So if you haven't already liked the stream, hey, consider it. 500 likes is pretty cool. Also, big thanks for everyone that watched the morning video. It's not that far from 100,000 views. So one of the best videos we've had since wintertime. This whole week's been one of the best weeks we've had on the channel since winter. So appreciate that. Appreciate all you folks that are tuning in for non-winter storm activities. It means the world to me. All right, who would be mad at me if I quickly went and put this in the microwave? Is that okay? Is that allowed? Is that in the rule book? Can I put this cup of coffee in the microwave? Hey, past 500 likes pretty easy, thanks. Yeah, no, I mean, again, if I thought the Georgia tornado warning was a much bigger deal, I'd be talking about it a lot more. But I think it's, it's not screaming to me that it's the end of times or the end of the world. So I'm not going to give a ton of attention to a tornado warning that I don't think is the worst thing in the world. Now, is it worthy of a tornado warning? Probably. And some of the latest scans actually look kind of impressive, but it's not the worst. All right, it's happening. This is going in the microwave. I will be literally right back. Do not go anywhere. I'm coming right back here. All right, I'm back. Also, here's a question for everybody. I bought some peaches today at the grocery store. How do y'all eat your peaches? Do you do it with the fuzz or without the fuzz? What's the go-to method? What is the peach method? What are we doing with the peaches? Somebody said plane struggling to get off the ground at Charlotte. I believe it. These downpours working on through. Either or. All right, we got some fuzz people. Looks like most people are fuzz. Because I think I'm about to just eat this peach with the fuzz, I'll be honest. I think that's something that's about to happen here in live form. With the fuzz. Ooh. Loading in a little slow. Just another reminder as well for anybody curious, while we're in a little bit of a lull on radar. If you don't already follow me on my other social media platforms, hey, it's not a bad option, right? Obviously, you can subscribe here on YouTube. You can hit the bell for the latest notifications so you're always up to date. And you can follow me on Facebook, TikTok, and X are great locations to stay up to date with the latest and greatest GM weather information. So, yeah. Fuzz or no fuzz, don't like them. Well, did y'all know that South Carolina produces more peaches than Georgia? That is a fact that catches a lot of people off guard. They don't know that. The average. Am I Carolina born? Yeah, I'm South Carolina born, and I live in North Carolina now. So I am Carolina all around. Grew up in South Carolina, live in North Carolina after going here for college. So, yep. Carolina born, meteorologist made here at GM Weather. Peaches aren't real? Well. Tonight for Lexington. So for those of you that are getting storms right now in South Carolina and North Carolina, the real show. Sorry, I just realized there's something kind of strange happening on this. Wait 1 second. Let me. What that is? Oh, wait. Hey, guess what? The stream. Wait for it. It's back. The camera is working again. Give me 1 second. Then I'll get back to answering whatever I was about to answer. So strange that sometimes it just stops working and then other times it does work. I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, wait a second. What that is? What this is? All right, turn that off. Transition to that. All right, so that's fixed now. We need that. What is this? Okay, we're figuring it out, I think. I think we're figuring it out, everybody. Okay, it's being figured out as we speak. We're about to have a camera again. Wow, this is exciting. This is exciting stuff.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Voila, camera's back. That's I-20 in Columbia. Although I'm going to change it again real quick to see if we can find a different camera in the upstate maybe. Maybe some Greenville cameras. Can I click on this camera, please? All right. There we go. We're doing it. We're figuring it out. Or do we have two? We have two chat overlays. Do we have two chat overlays? Yeah, we have two chat overlays, so we don't need both of those. Delete that one. All right. Hey, we're back. We got this thing under control. There you go, I-85 southbound. Barbie says, who's going to get the worst of Arthur? Louisiana and Mississippi already got the worst of it from a flooding standpoint, which will be the worst of the storm. From here on out, Georgia probably, then South Carolina, a close runner-up in second. Also, sorry that this is showing up twice. There we go. All right. Sorry, that was... Savannah, heavy rain tonight and tomorrow morning with an isolated tornado threat. Is the threat in Savannah. Yeah, all right, Johnny, that's a good enough reason to not like peaches. It's a good enough reason to not like peaches. Yeehaw. Will there be tornadoes in Central Florida? No, not in Central Florida. Maybe the Florida Panhandle, but even then, probably north of there. Probably more of a Georgia, South Carolina kind of thing. Well, this is mile marker 47 on 95, so this is near Greenville. I take 85 so often that I know it like the back of my hand. Elm City, North Carolina, tuning in. Appreciate it. Raining in Steel Creek, no cows yet. Well, I think we'll be able to avoid the cows in Steel Creek tonight. I think much of Charlotte's going to be able to avoid the cows. Charleston, you just had round 1 of rain, more showers and storms throughout the night, and an isolated tornado threat early tomorrow morning with some pretty gusty winds tomorrow morning as well there in Charleston, it looks like. Tornadoes in central North Carolina, unlikely. I think really the tornado threat's more of a Georgia and South Carolina problem. Don't rule out a quick spin ups maybe in like southeastern North Carolina or the Outer Banks tomorrow morning. But yeah. Brunt Workwear for a sponsor. I'm not sure I've heard of Brunt Workwear, but hey, I'm always down if they've got a good product. Easily, South Carolina tuning in. Not far, right down the road. It's near our camera there in Greenville. Cary, North Carolina, heavy rain tonight. A little bit of drought relief, maybe some gusty winds. North of Raleigh, not that much rain. A little bit, like some lighter rain, but not as much as some other areas. I agree. Driving in Charlotte is a nightmare. Absolutely. This tornado warning in Georgia is not observed. It's just radar indicated. And getting a look at it on radar. We're going to get one more look. It's, I mean, there's definitely some rotation. It's just, it hasn't really changed all that much. It hasn't gotten much stronger or weaker. So it's an update on that. Off topic, this peach is incredible. Wow. Absolutely incredible. For Lancaster, thought somebody said Lancaster. Yeah, tornado threat overnight, Gerald. What do you think? Non-zero, definitely. I mean, south of 85, anywhere in North Carolina or South Carolina will have a chance. It'll be pretty isolated though, so it won't be widespread. But yeah, I think a couple spin ups are possible, 1 or 2. Power just went out in Columbia. That's that severe thunderstorm warning. Mitch showed us that shelf cloud from that storm earlier. Low chance of severe storms in Wake County. Some gusty winds maybe, but I think heavy rain probably the bigger thing. Pam, I had no intentions of quitting the live right now. We're going to keep it going. So we're tracking these storms out here. A reminder, me and my peach here. The center of low pressure is right here over Birmingham right now, actually. That's where the center of low pressure is. So you can see it spinning away there pretty well. Is there a radar app you recommend for iPhones? Well, right now, Radar Scope, but that could be changing kind of soon. Whoa now. Not too much on that right now, though. Not too much on that. Southeast Georgia. So like kind of near Savannah-ish. Stronger tornado threat there tonight and into tomorrow morning. Gusty winds definitely as well. I said fast winds in Danville. I believe it. Yeah, we've got some of these storms up near Virginia, North Carolina getting pretty feisty. So I would definitely believe that the winds are gusty in Danville. Hinesville, Georgia. So that's going to be the same thing, kind of like the Savannah stuff. Some gusty winds, heavy rain, and an isolated tornado threat. Yeah, these states are under drought conditions, especially North Carolina. In fact, that brings up a good point. Let me show you the drought monitor because I do think that that is actually a really good point. Go to NOAA, Prediction Center, drought outlook. All right, this is the drought outlook. So you can see where it is the worst. The drought is easily the worst right now in North Carolina. It's actually cleared up a bit in Georgia. It was a lot worse in Georgia, still fighting it down in the Florida Panhandle, but the worst of the drought is in North Carolina by a lot. I mean, Greensboro to Raleigh is literally ground zero for what continues to be a record-breaking drought. It's gotten a little bit better in South Carolina, but still there. So this will be much needed, especially with some of the latest models that kind of track this right through this corridor, some of the heaviest rain. That would be great for Raleigh if we can get, an inch or two of rain. It's obviously not going to fix the problem, but we're at a point right now where every little bit counts. So we will definitely hope for some of that. Well, now you do know. Thanks for tuning in. Where do I buy my peaches? I bought this one from Food Line. Hey, whatever. It's my pleasure, Barbie. I'm always happy to be here and keeping folks weather aware. It is the honor of a lifetime. Appreciate you tuning in from Spartanburg, South Carolina. Thank you, Mountain Snowbird. Hey, I'm excited to talk snow this upcoming winter, y'all. I'll probably do some winter outlooks, talk about Super El Nino, how that might affect things. Heck, might have one even out by the end of this month. Not for the winter per se, but a little Super El Nino explainer and what that means for everything. I think it'll be a big winter, though. Yeah, I also love peaches. Peaches are very enjoyable for sure. I need some music in my ears or something. So they're not giving up on this tornado warning. They just issued another one. I'm surprised by that. I'll be honest, it's still radar indicated, but new tornado warning nonetheless for the north side of Roberta.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Sandy Point, Hancock Subdivision, Moran, Musella. I'll be honest though, folks, if there's a tornado in this, it's very weak and very short-lived. I'm very surprised that they issued another warning out of that. I'm kind of shocked, actually, but hey. That's why I do this and I don't work at the National Weather Service there, so. So won't spend too much time on a tornado warning that I'm not overly worried about. I do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, though, out near Fayetteville. Spring Lake, Linden Oaks, Rockfish, Rayford. All points in between here under that severe thunderstorm warning. So, hey, heads up on that. That's going to be for 60-mile-an-hour winds and small hail. What's everyone's favorite song about peaches? That's a fun question. Apparently, Merle Haggard has a song called Peach Pickin' Time in Georgia. I don't think I've heard that one. I've heard many Merle Haggard songs. Do not think I've heard that one, though. I muted myself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's my fault. All right, let me re-explain. Hey, that's fine though. Yeah, I apologize for the muting. So if you're in the red circle, my forecast for you tonight: heavy rain, very limited tornado threat, and some gusty winds. If you're in the black circle, it's going to be higher wind threat, higher tornado threat, probably less rain though, or more hit or miss rain is the forecast. So hopefully that answers some questions across the board. Also, I need a paper towel or something. Let me grab some real quick. I got peach juice all over me. All right, I'm back. I am interested just because, again, we're in a little bit of a lull period here from a tornado standpoint. Those of you that watch me on the regular would love to know why that is, because there's obviously a lot of weather YouTubers out there. And I don't want you to say why you don't watch other people per se, but what am I doing that you enjoy that makes you want to watch this channel? Would love to know what's working. And if you have any suggestions on what maybe is not working, I'm also open to that. Thanks again for the super chat, Barbie. Barbie's loading it up today. Pray that all who get the worst of this storm is okay. Absolutely. Definitely folks out in Mississippi, Southern Alabama, and parts of Louisiana, keeping your thoughts and prayers. We had some home rescues out that way due to the flooding. All right, better local coverage. I like that. This is Aguacero WX. My Southern accent. All right. So I'm not like 70 years old. Well, there's nothing wrong with being 70, but I do appreciate that. like that you go into why the weather's doing what it's doing. I do try to do that a lot. I try to, give the math and meteorology, well, maybe not the math part because I hate the math part, but the meteorology behind why things are happening. So. Man, something about a peach in the summertime, y'all. It's a magical experience. It really is. I mean, it truly does something for your heart and your soul. No other way around it. Hey, I always like to say class is in session sometime here at GM Weather. This is Aguacera WX is the website. All right, I'm done with the peach, y'all. So we're back to doing our job. There was a good question I just saw. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was. Can you predict the weather without the technology? Not really. No. I mean, in the short term, you can look at the sky and see where the wind's blowing and be like, all right, well, or you can look at a storm and the structure it has and maybe decide if it's going to drop a tornado or not, but not anything more than a couple days away without technology. No. That's why the invention of computers increased the accuracy of meteorology so much. Another thing to note, a couple questions here about the drought. This is not going to end the drought at all in North Carolina or South Carolina. Will it help? In some places, absolutely it will. But it's not going to end it at all. Yeah, the low-level jet will play a role. All these storms that you see are going to kind of drag that low-level jet down to the surface a little bit with all the rain falling. So that's why we're going to get some of those 40, even 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts in isolated spots is that low-level jet. So yeah, definitely part of it. I would love to do some giveaway stuff if I had stuff to give away. Hopefully we get to that point someday. I would love to do a giveaway. Maybe at 500,000 subscribers, we'll start giving things away. Maryland, not going to get anything out of this one. You'll get a little bit of rain maybe tonight, but it's not really from Arthur. It's more from a front to your front. To a front to your north, rather, not a front to your front. What caused this drought in North Carolina? Probably, honestly, just good old-fashioned weather. What comes up must come down, and you get Helene and things like that, and then Mother Nature tries to correct itself in major ways, and then you end up with a drought. And my guess is by the time I go into the fall this upcoming winter, you're probably going to be wishing that you were still in a drought with the amount of rain I think we're going to get thanks to this El Nino. Is my early prediction. So they did extend that severe thunderstorm warning now for Camden, Kershaw, Jefferson, McBee, Bishopville, Elliott. We have had some reports of a couple power outages out of this one, and all of that stuff. Do you plan GM snow sticks added to the merch? If or once merch comes around, yeah, I think that'd be great, obviously, because so many of y'all watch me for my winter weather coverage. So yeah, that probably would be something to add. All right, get another update on this Georgia tornado warning. See if it has done anything of significance. Yeah, it's definitely spinning up something down here. Again, it's so small and tight though that the problem is, but by the time it spins up, like within 1 and 2 scans, it's super strong, and then it might disappear. Although it does look like maybe a little bit of a. Is that our first debris ball of the day? That might be enough to call that a debris ball. So there's very likely a tornado probably on the ground here just south of Ceres or Ceres or however you say that town name. Musella, Sandy Point. Very well could be a tornado on the ground right here. The thing with these tornado warnings though is, again, folks, by the time it spins up, it very well could choke itself out. But this will move out towards Moran and kind of Hancock subdivision. And then again, immediately by the next frame, it's not quite as impressive as it was. So that's the thing with these. And there you go. The tornado warning expires just like that. So, oh, no, it doesn't. I lied. It just disappeared for a second on the map. I lied. Luckily, this is pretty close to our radar site, so that's helping us. So we'll keep watching this one.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
All right, yeah, there it is. So they just changed this to radar confirmed. So they're confirming this one from radar. I guess they are going to go ahead and call that a debris signature. It's so small that it's, kind of, it is the smallest little debris signature you've ever seen, and not a super deep one. But yeah, likely a tornado on the ground, or a confirmed one on the ground here from radar, at least from the National Weather Service. So you know what? Kudos to them on keeping the warning. I was very skeptical of it, especially because they reissued it right around here when this looked just kind of lame, I'll be honest. But hey, you know what? Kudos to them. 1 point for the National Weather Service. So yeah, again, this is probably going to be a very quick spin up. This is not one that is, this is not an environment that's supportive of long track tornadoes, but this one's probably spun up very quickly in a field out here, kind of not near any real civilization, which is good. We like to keep it that way, but oh yeah, there it is. Look at the latest. Yeah. Okay. So it's a much bigger debris signature now on the latest one. All right. So yeah, definitely confirmed tornado right now on the ground. This is going to be just to the east of Ceres or Ceres. Again, if I'm mispronouncing that town name, I apologize. This is the tornado, though. It's going to move up towards Moran, just north of the Hancock subdivision. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground here in Georgia as this is continuing to move off to the east-northeast. So, yeah, that debris signature, I guess it delayed a little bit, but yeah, definitely pretty big drop there in CC. Definitely a confirmed tornado. Now, I will say this, though. The good news is just because it's a big, relatively large debris signature doesn't necessarily mean that the tornado is super large, but an uptick in velocity right now. So it seems to be holding its own right now. So it's going to move towards Moran here soon. Again, the good news, this is a relatively lowly populated part of Georgia. And yeah, it's doing it all out of this little thing. Just this tiny little part of this line segment is kinking out. You can see on all of our, metrics here that this is very clearly a tornado on the ground. So a new severe thunderstorm warning down to the south. But this one is a tornado warning right here. So let's give you a future track on this and time this one out for you. Go ahead and do a cell track. Lozella maybe here in the next 10, 20 minutes, but there's just not a lot of towns in this, which is obviously good news. We'd like to keep it that way. Moran, Lozella, Christopher's Cove, Pineworth by the lake. All those are areas that are potentially in the path of this confirmed tornado. Now, we're going to hope that it chokes itself out here sooner than later. Like I said, this is not an environment that is really supportive of long track tornadoes, but we'll also add this one's probably rain wrapped, so if you're near it, I would not go out and try to see it. There's plenty of rain around this one that's gonna choke any view of it. Yeah, and again, you cannot use debris ball as a good estimation of the length of this thing, because usually the debris ball is a bit bigger than the tornado actually is, and the debris ball is less than a mile wide. So, I don't want to speculate on exactly how big the tornado is, but I assume it's not, it's probably not a wedge. It's probably a rain wrapped little cone or something like that. But obviously doing damage. So. Do you think we'll see a tornado in upstate South Carolina tonight? If you do, probably going to be south of I-85, but definitely a real possibility as the kinematic field is going to be very supportive of isolated tornadoes as this continues to work through Georgia and then gets into South Carolina later on tonight. All right, and yeah, already the latest run is starting to... So it was pretty strong right near Musella, Ceres... again, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Then flared back up again, and now is kind of maybe flaring down again a little bit. So that's just the name of the game with these tropical systems. They kind of are pretty cyclical. Looks like the debris ball is starting to kind of drop some of that debris out into the sky. Somebody asked, what are the Cape values? Well, I can definitely answer that. I say I can answer that. Thermodynamics. All right, give it a second to load in, but the Cape values will pop in here. All right, so this is where Cape values are the highest right now at 8 p.m. And it's right where these storms are moving into southern Georgia and parts of South Carolina. So that's why we need to watch them. There's Cape, and there is plenty of instability as well. I can guarantee you that. Go to the latest run of the HER as well. Yeah, so this is a more realistic look at current Cape values. So you definitely see the atmosphere has gotten worked over a little bit in the upstate and kind of northern Georgia. So that could help us out later, but still pretty prime down here in southern Georgia, coastal North Carolina, South Carolina. Still pretty high instability. All right, so still that tornado right near Moran. Yeah, still holding that debris ball pretty well, so might have actually gotten a little darker again, so it may very well still be on the ground. If the tornado is on the ground, it's literally right through Moran right now, or on the south side of it. Again, a pretty small town here in Georgia, but nonetheless, people live there, so it does matter. Do I think Helen Hunt's out chasing today? I think Helen Hunt probably retired a long time ago, is my guess. That's my guess. Yeah, it's so small, but you can very clearly see that tiny little hook right here. And right here's the inflow. Small but mighty right here. Probably not any chasers, honestly. Again, this is not a very chaser-friendly setup because these are going to be rain-wrapped and just tough to see and gross and all of that. This is the only tornado warning right now, though. Plenty of, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning out here near Albemarle, Troy, right near the Uwaris, Lake Baden, Seagrove, Robbins, Carthage, Whispering Pines, Cameron, all under severe thunderstorm warning. That for strong winds and small hail. I got some more showers and storms up near the Charlotte metro. It's raining heavy in the upstate. We've got storms down all through the I-26 corridor, but the severe weather threat from a tornado standpoint is the highest here in south central Georgia. This is getting pretty close to Macon, actually, all things considered. So very important we keep watching this storm. Yeah, if anyone is chasing, probably is Reed Timmer. In fact, I know his
Attention,
mom, I
a
think
new
at
radar
least,
indicated tornado warning has been issued.
lives in Traveler's Rest. All right, so they just added a new warning for this one. They've dropped it back down to radar indicated, so it's no longer observed. It's now radar indicated. So this does include Macon, Georgia, though. This absolutely does include Macon, Georgia. So this storm has a history of producing tornadoes. So be very mindful of that, obviously, as you are dealing with this one. If it already has a history of producing tornadoes,
Attention,
very well
a
could
new
continue to
radar
do so,
indicated tornado
although it
warning has
may
been
be
issued.
cycling a little bit. So if you live in Macon, we've got a new tornado warning to watch for. It's also a new tornado warning, it looks like, in Mobile, Alabama. So we've got all sorts of chaos erupting right now. We've got a Mobile tornado warning. We've got a Macon, Georgia tornado warning. Yeah, so let's start with the Mobile one because we have not talked about this storm at all. This entire line of storms is stretching from southern Mississippi into southern Alabama. All of these really darker, more burgundy boxes you see are tropical or flash flood warnings rather, and then this brighter red one you see right over Mobile, that is a brand new tornado warning. So let's talk about it. That includes Pritchard, Mobile, Spring Hill. If there is a tornado, it's right over Pine Grove right now, near the Chesterfield Estates. Like I said, Pine Grove, and that will be working literally right through downtown Mobile right now. So something to watch there, and definitely a little bit of spin right there coming in from this storm. The kind of tough thing is this
New
is
information.
literally...
This tornado warning has been updated.
All right, now that we have that out of the way, they are calling... Or was it just this one that they updated? Let me check the warnings tab. Okay, yeah, so this one's definitely back on the ground again, folks. This one near Macon, Georgia. Very strong rotation again in Georgia. So we talked about the Mobile one there for a second. This one's holding on. It's still going. I mean, look at this area of spin. This is very strong rotation. This is going up near Bolingbroke, Lorraine, Idlewood, Stratford Oaks, Christopher's Cove, Macon. It looks like the worst of it is going to stay north of Macon. So that is good news. But if you live near Macon, you have any family to the north of town, call them up, let them know. Active tornado warning. This one very well looks to be on the ground still, with very strong couplet here. And still a little bit of a debris ball holding on as well. So this one's likely still on the ground. Right here is your area of spin. Yeah, tiny but mighty indeed. Tiny but mighty indeed. Let's see if I can find a camera here in Georgia near Macon that would be helpful to us. All right, I'm trying to get a camera up here near this tornado warning. We'll see if any of them are in the mood to load properly. So far, they're not. Classic, right? Oh, this one might load. Yeah, so very strong rotation here. Bolingbroke is going to be the main kind of ground zero for this one. Come on. I believe in one of these streams' ability to do their job properly. All right. Is this one going to work? Ah, okay. Awesome. Let's see if I can load this one up. All right. So I'm about to pull up a live cam. This one is right in this tornado warning and right in the path of it. So if anything touches down, we're probably going to get a pretty good view of it through this camera. All right. So this is the camera we're going to look at. This again is near Bolingbroke. This is I-475 south past Estates Road, mile marker 13.3 near Monroe. So that is the camera there on your screen. That is right near this tornado warning. And if there's a tornado on the ground, we might have a chance at seeing it here. So you can see a lot of traffic. If you're on the interstate here that's running through Bolingbroke and Forsyth and that's going into Macon, I would not be on that interstate. I would also not be parking under an overpass right now. So this is near Monroe County, Corey. If you live near there, active tornado warning. A lot of spin going on with this one. It kind of looks like, to me at least, it may be cycling a little bit. It looks like it's trying to occlude somewhat. But that could mean that it just, kind of re-strengthens again. So a little bit of occlusion going on. What I mean by that is it's kind of choking itself out a little bit. See how we had a very tight area of rotation right here, a tight couplet. And then within the past couple of scans, it has lost a little bit of that. It's gotten a little bit more broad. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's done for good, but it probably is cycling a little bit on its way towards Bolingbroke. So if you're tuning in near Macon, Georgia, just to the north of town near Bolingbroke, excuse me, right up the interstate, active tornado warning. It is radar indicated still. They do not have an observed tag. It has moved out of what was once an observed tornado warning, which is good news. So that is one tornado warning. And it looks like they still have the tornado warning in Mobile as well. So we need to track that one. This one doesn't look quite as impressive right now on radar as the one in Georgia, so that is good. Definitely a little bit of spin, but looks like it's relatively broad, although there's this area up here. This one's just kind of tough because it's right next to the radar site, so it kind of makes it tough to see. That was probably contamination, actually, it looks like. So we'll leave that one be for a moment and focus on the Georgia one. Got Georgia on our mind right now. Specifically Macon, Georgia. So it's a big area of rotation right now, but less tight than it was. So this is the wind going into the storm. This is the wind coming out of the storm. So right in here near Bolingbroke, and that's where the storm is moving to, is where there's the highest chance right now of having a tornado on the ground, and that is absolutely where we need to watch as this continues to kind of rotate through that area. This was definitely on the ground earlier. You can see it was on the ground back here. You can look at the debris tracks. So right near Musala, we had this on the ground. This is the debris ball that we had. See that big area of blue right as it moved through Moran, and then has kind of lost that debris signature a little bit. It's still there. It's just weaker than it once was. So that is definitely good news. It doesn't look like it's quite as strong, but nonetheless still an active tornado warning here ongoing. Can you give me an idea of how it's going to get down here in Waycross, Georgia? Yeah, absolutely. Happy to do that. So most of southern Georgia still has this kind of line of storms to go through it. Basically, if you are out in front of this very scary looking red line, you've still got to go through that scary looking red line. So strong gusty winds and, like we're seeing near Macon, isolated tornado spin ups within that line of storms that we need to track as this moves right through southern Georgia. So, I mean, you still got that to go in Dublin and Statesboro and Waynesboro. Augusta still has a ways to go. Nashville, Thomasville, Waycross, you still have to get through this line of storms. Now, if you're down near the Florida Panhandle, you might, get to a point that you actually avoid it. But I'd say Waycross, Tifton, Albany, northbound especially, up to Atlanta, kind of that corridor in between still has to go through the worst of it if you have yet to see the heavy rain and wind. So Macon, no matter what, is going to get this line of storms to work through it with strong gusty winds, heavy rain. But the tornado threat is highest to the north of town. I think the town, unless something changes, which it can, on a dime here, is going to avoid the tornado. But to the north of town is where that tornado threat has been, up near Bolingbroke. Somebody asking about Mobile. Always happy to answer that question because we do have an active tornado warning there as well. One of the two that we have. So the Mobile tornado warning is a little bit less impressive right now, I'll be honest. I'm not seeing a whole lot here that is screaming out problematic. I think this is what they're tracking though right in here, and that's actually crossing the bay right now and getting in towards Spanish Fort, Florida. I believe that's going to be across the state line. Actually, that might still be Alabama. No, that's still Alabama. I'm sorry. It's still Alabama. But that's the area to watch there. But that one not as exciting looking as the Georgia storm. So we'll see if maybe it crossing over the bay can add a little bit of juice to it. It does happen sometimes. New information.
This tornado warning has been updated.
Appreciate everyone tuning in. If you're just joining, I do ask if you could like the stream. That's going to help this reach more people and keep it in the algorithm so YouTube gets the idea that, hey, this is actually something that people are watching and listening to and care about. So that would help a lot. Also, subscribe to the channel if you like what you're seeing and it's helping you out. Hey, look at that. I'm brighter now. Lovely. People saying we're fine in Macon. Yeah, I think Macon itself is going to be okay. You're still going to get the storm to come through, but the tornado threat is going to be to your north towards Bolingbroke. So you can see on our Skycam there in Georgia, this is I-75 south past Rumble Road, mile marker 180 something. Coming down pretty good and heavy. And the sun is starting to set too, which is not helping as well. Obviously, we're losing daylight. All right, let's zoom back out. So again, right now, there's a tornado on the ground. It's near Bolingbroke, but the good news is the rotation is more broad than it once was. It may be cycling. It may come back to life. It may be done. We'll just keep watching it and monitoring it. But I think right now, probably not a tornado on the ground at this moment in time. Still a big mess, though, through a lot of Georgia, southern Alabama. The Carolinas still in line of this thing. So we got a long way to go. People say Byron's getting it pretty good right now. Bottom fell out there. I'm going to grab something really quickly, folks. Give me literally 1 second. I'm not going anywhere. All right, it's getting serious. How to get the glasses on. How to get the glasses on. Got sirens going off in Macon. Somebody asking about Hinesville. Let me answer that question for you.
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Looks like they've added a new tornado warning down near Mobile as well. So let's track that one for a second, and then I'll answer the Hinesville, Georgia question. Actually, I guess I can do Hinesville first. So Hinesville's fine right now, but maybe later tonight, some storms working through there. So as for this new tornado warning in Alabama, you can definitely see it here. It's going to be near the W.L. Holland Wildlife Management Area, and then they're extending the tornado warning down near Mobile as well. I'm going to make sure that my radar is down at the lowest levels. It is, which is good. All right, so they're still calling both of these radar indicated in Alabama. Obviously, that's good news. We'll try to keep it that way. They're watching this area on the northern cell. And then for the southern cell, they're just kind of watching this broad
a new
area.
radar indicated tornado warning
So
has been
we're going to
issued.
watch both of these. But again, I'll be honest with you, they're not jumping out as overly concerning at this moment in time. So that is good. In fact, if anything, to me, it looks like more of a straight line wind threat. See how you kind of have this bowing segment to it? So, I mean, maybe this northern segment can get something going, but I think down to the south, this is more strong straight line winds than anything else, as you're kind of getting that bow echo look to it.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
All right, so it looks like there is a CC drop on the northern storm now. So let's zoom back into that one. It's another one of these that are so small that it's almost impossible to see. But I'm also looking at radar scope on my phone. Sometimes radar scope will pick up things a little bit better. In fact, you know what would probably help us? If I did this and unsmoothed it. Actually, that doesn't really help at all. It's just a resolution difference between the two apps. All right, whatever. So yeah, it looks like this one is probably on the ground right now. They just called it confirmed. This one in Alabama. Now, luckily, again, this is not in Mobile itself. This is on the north side of town. You've got kind of like I said on the north side. This is where I just pointed out. I said if there is somewhere that does it, it would be up here because that's kind of where you have this mixture of the bow echo on the south side. So that's where it is going to be. It's probably going to ride that boundary on the north side and get just north of Bay Minette over the next kind of 30 minutes to an hour. You know, this one's interesting, folks, because on velocity, it's pretty ugly. Like this on a normal day would not be something that would scream to me tornado warning. But then you look at correlation coefficient, and sure enough, there's a little drop in here. So small, but there for sure. So my guess again is this is probably one of those that touch down for a brief second, and then is gonna kind of lose some steam. But man, this is the tough part about doing these tropical setups, folks. It's not like supercells where you can track them out for hours and then watch them over time. These kind of just spin up on you like that, so they're tough. All right, so there's that. Going back to Georgia. That storm now past Bolingbroke. Again, if there is a tornado on this one, it's going to be right to the east of Bolingbroke, moving generally towards Gray, Georgia. Getting a lot of heavy rain and wind right now, but the tornado threat is to your north. It looks like a lot of folks in Macon saying that they're rocking and rolling right now. So yeah, it's coming down, like I said, hard and heavy, probably blowing sideways. But the tornado threat to the north of Macon right now, which is obviously good news for folks there. All right, so this is that spin in Alabama. So what you've got is you got winds blowing out right here. You've got winds blowing in, and then you're getting this area of spin right between them. This is moving generally towards Bay Minette right now. And if we go to our spin map, you can see some of that. See the green going towards the west, the red going to the east, and that's creating spin. And there's the debris ball associated with it, kind of right in the middle of, you know, probably alligator land right now, picking up a couple gators. I'd be willing to bet. As it is not in the bay, it is just to the north of the bay, but going towards Bay Minette here soon. So be very mindful of that one, folks. It's definitely the most pressing storm right now. Again, just kind of babysitting both of these storms right now. The Bolingbroke storm is definitely not at its peak. It was stronger probably 30 minutes ago or so when it had a confirmed tornado. Since then, it's gotten a little bit more messy. So we'll see if they continue the warning or not into gray. Time will tell. I got an update on this Mobile storm. So Mobile no longer in a tornado warning. So good news for anybody in Mobile. You are out of the active tornado warning. But to the east of the city towards Spanish Fort, there's a tornado warning still in effect. And this is the area of rotation watch with that one. That one's going to move towards Steelwood, Pine Haven, and Stapleton over the next probably 10 minutes or so. So be very mindful of that one. So that one could drop a tornado. It's definitely rotating there just to the northeast of Spanish Fort. That's going to move towards Steelwood and Pine Haven over the next 10 minutes. To the north of that, a broad area of rotation near Bay Minette. This one has had a confirmed tornado at times. You can see we had a very brief but pretty big debris ball. That one seems to have since weakened. Let me double check with radar scope because... But you can see we've kind of lost that little blue kind of debris ball that we had. Yeah, so it is since dissipated there on that one. So that is good. They can probably drop the observe tag from that one where radar indicated on the southern one. The Georgia storm, still tornado warned, but they just added a big severe thunderstorm warning for gray. Let's see if I can get this one right. Milledgeville, Georgia, folks, tell me if I get that one right. Sparta, Irwinton, Gordon, Danville, Georgia, Cochran, Georgia, Hawkinsville, Georgia, Chester, Georgia. All those towns
Attention,
under
a new
severe thunderstorm
radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Good news in Atlanta, the tornado threat seems to be done in Atlanta, so that is good.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
All right, so they just updated the Bay Minette tornado warning. All right, so they dropped that to be radar indicated now, so that's good. We're now down to no radar confirmed tornadoes. So we will take that. That is a win. That is a win in our books.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Well, I'm glad I got that pronunciation right. Hey, that's good. Still spinning near Bolingbroke. They might extend this one into gray. We'll see. This one's been holding on for a while now. It's kind of been, you know, cycling here and there, but... Appreciate the kind words there, Relis. Hopefully I said that right, too. Yes, correct. A radar cannot determine a rating. Only a damage survey after the fact. And again, they don't even rate it off of wins. They rate it off of damage, as weird as that may be. And the Bolingbroke storm definitely seems to be trying to maybe get a little bit more interesting right into here, south of Dames Ferry and over towards 5 Points. Looks like they let the warning expire, though, so... Although we do have a new tornado warning now down to the south, near Donaldsonville. So Georgia, you know, coming back up here from the depths, like a phoenix from the ashes. Ooh, this one looks kind of interesting, actually. All right, so this tornado warning now down towards Donaldsville. This one is a little bit more of a supercell look to it. See this kind of hook on the backside, a little bit of an inflow notch. So watch this one. That one's going to move up towards Donaldsville and Iron City, Georgia. So this rotation right over Steam Mill right now. Going to move literally right up the road here into River Turn, Little Hope, Donaldson Municipal Airport, Green Acres Subdivision, and Donaldsonville itself. So be in your safe place if you live there. That was weird. My monitor just had a little freak out. It's okay though, I guess. All right, so let's zoom out. Let's give everyone a reminder on where we're at right now. We're, about 3.5 hours into this stream. So thank you to everyone that has stayed in. If you're just joining, welcome in. If you have not already liked the stream, please consider doing so. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell for the latest notifications. All of that really helps us out and helps these videos get out to more folks here in the Southeast here at GM Weather with live severe weather coverage. So we've got some severe storms up in North Carolina right now from Fayetteville over towards the Uaries. That's moving into the Triangle. So all the Triangle folks that have been asking where the rain is, looks like it's on the way here. We've had another line of storms that worked through Columbia. That has since weakened. Right now, the big story on radar is this big line of storms working through Georgia and Alabama. Right in here is the worst of the weather. Through the night tonight, that is going to pivot up into South Carolina over the coming hours and into tonight. All right, looks like a new tornado warning down here, or at least an update to this one. So this one near Stapleton. Be radar indicated. Looks like they're watching this little
new information. This tornado
kink
warning
right
has
in
been
here.
updated.
Looks like it's going to go right over the swamps of southern Alabama. But hey, people still live in the swamps of Alabama. You can see some farm fields out here on satellite. So that one's right near Steelwood right now. Steelwood Lake around here. There's not really much else here in this warning. That one's pretty empty. So good. Let's try to keep our tornado warnings empty today. That would be good, right? If we could do that. Greensboro, more gusty winds and heavy rain than anything else tonight. You had some strong storms to your north not long ago, so watch those. But and watching this Donaldsonville storm out in Georgia. This one seems to be unique for sure. The last couple radar scans have gotten a little bit stronger. So if I'm in Donaldsonville, Georgia, I'm definitely getting to my safe place out of caution at the very least. Why is Charlotte, North Carolina missing out on this whole event? Well, we're not missing out on it entirely. We're going to get some rain tonight and some gusty winds, but it's just a matter of timing and the track of the low that the tornadic side is going to be south of the city. Same thing with Atlanta. Atlanta got some strong storms, but didn't get really the tornado side of it. Yeah, this Donaldsonville storm is very interesting. It's one that I think we should definitely keep a very close eye on. In fact, I wonder, do we have any cameras down here near Donaldsonville? Oh, we have one right in Donaldsonville. Perfect. See if it loads or not, but there is technically a camera there. Special weather statement in Chatham County for 50 to 55 mile an hour wind gusts, pea-size hail. Yeah, it seems like the rain's picking up again here in Charlotte, so folks getting in on the action. All right, Donaldsonville camera's not going to work. How about this camera? This one going to work? Come on, Georgia, get a working camera for me. Just some rain in Canton, Georgia is a good report there. Appreciate that, Joe. Appreciate all 700 of you staying tuned to GM Weather for live severe weather coverage this evening. It really does mean the world to me, y'all. I appreciate it. The channel would not be possible without all of y'all tuning in. All right, this camera also just hates me. Can we find a working camera in the state of Georgia? Is it possible? Let's find out together. Maybe near like Warner Robins. Can we get one up here? Milledgeville, let's see. How about you? Are you going to cooperate today? Georgia, I need you to do a lot better for me. Y'all killing me right now with these cameras. About to drive down there right now and do some technician crew. All right, that one's not good. Okay, this one looks like it's working in Milledgeville. All right. Hey, that's a pretty good view, right? That'll work. Perfect. Georgia, come on, fix y'all cameras. I don't know what y'all doing with your tax money, but you ain't fixing cameras. I do know that much. Gwinnett County looks like just rain right now in Gwinnett County. Probably done with the... So the Atlanta Metro, you know, if this line of storms has already passed you, if you're on the left-hand side of that red line you see, you're good. If you're on the right-hand side, you still have a severe weather threat through tonight. And that goes for all of Georgia, really. If you're on the left-hand side of that red squiggly line, you are good to go. You are fine. So that includes Atlanta, Jackson, Thomaston, Butler, Columbus, LaGrange, or LaGrange, I'm not sure which one y'all say. Carrollton, Rome, Calhoun, Dalton, y'all are good. If you are to the right of it, Warrenton, Augusta, Washington, Milledgeville, Dublin, Savannah, Athens, you still got a way to go here in the severe weather threat. Thank you very much for the super chat, Barbie, and great question. If you don't have a basement, where's the best place to go in case of a tornado? It's going to be an interior room. So usually a stairwell is pretty interior in a house. A bathroom a lot of the times can be an interior room. The key though is you don't want windows. And what you can do is, bring a helmet in there with you, bring some boots or some, stronger shoes that, if, God forbid, worst case happen, you've got some good shoes in case you have to step on nails and things like that. So that is a great question. A lot of southern houses do have basements. So that is good. Now, in some of the really low-lying areas, they're not quite as common, but once you get up in elevation a little bit, they're a little bit more common down here. So that's good news. But great question there. Yeah. Just away from windows, interior room. And if you're in a mobile home, just don't stay in it. If you get put under a tornado warning while in a mobile home, find the nearest shelter that is not a mobile home because it's honestly a death trap. They're great. They're affordable, for people who maybe can't buy a mansion like me, because I also can't buy a mansion. I'm on a mobile home salary as well here. So, trust me, I get it. I grew up in a mobile home. So, it's good to always have a backup plan. Anything else cooking behind the scenes tropical wise? Not that I've looked at, honestly. I've been kind of locked in on Arthur here. I've been trying to, get every ounce of effort I can into this storm, but I can do a quick little look. I think the MJO probably, is what spawned Arthur. So it's going to be a little bit more quiet for at least a little while, I would think. We don't even have any GFS fantasy canes. So does the Euro have any fantasy canes? It's unlikely, right? Let's check just checking on the side here. I'm peaching my teeth. Yeah, I don't see anything in the near term. Still looks stormy though. Looks like more storms here, just tracking through parts of the country. So we'll see what's next. Oh, my camera froze. Oh, it's back. I like when it fixes itself. Isn't that cool? New tornado warning now in Florida. This is going to include McDavid. This is right on the Florida-Alabama line. So McDavid is in this one. Molino, Florida. Watching a little area spin here. This is just radar indicated, so nothing that we haven't seen before. If there is a tornado, it looks like the velocity is lagging a little bit. You need to watch this little area right here that's kind of sticking out. So it's probably going to go to the south of McDavid a little bit. So that's brand new tornado warning. We'll update on that one. This Donaldsonville tornado warning looks to be a new one, actually, down here.
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so another tornado warning down here. This one near Greenwood, Florida, about to cross into extreme southwestern Georgia near Donaldsonville. So two areas of spin here. One over Donaldsonville right now, another down near Greenwood. So both of these moving off to the northeast. Neither are jumping out as, absolutely on the ground or anything, but definitely storms to watch. They've got pretty clean inflow, meaning to the south. It's all clean air for the storm to kind of drink up.
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Loganville, Georgia. Let me look on where Loganville, Georgia is, and I'd be happy to answer that question. So Loganville, Georgia. Looks like they're probably going through it right now, the worst of it for them. That's just south of Lawrenceville. Yeah, but the threat will be dwindling there, like over the next 30 minutes or hour. Yes, Greenville, North Carolina is going to get some rain overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. Got some light rain in Woodruff, South Carolina. Thanks for the report. Appreciate that. Man, my room is cold. My feet are cold right now. I don't like cold feet. So right now, all the tornado warnings are down near the Gulf. So they're all down here between Georgia, the Florida Panhandle, and Alabama, extreme southern Alabama, right along the Gulf. Raleigh's going to get some rain, maybe some gusty winds, but other than that, probably not too much of a tornado threat there. More of a coastal threat. All right, you know what? Let's watch a little bit of where we've come from. Let's look at the past 4 hours of radar. Let it load in. Let that spin away for a second. Man, my camera is having a fit. I apologize for its freezingness. Oh, is that going to fix it? Nope. Let me see if I can fix this camera, yo. Oh, I also lost Aguacera. Hey, you know what? Give me 1 second. I got to fix a couple things. Oopsies. I apologize. Hey, you can follow my socials while I fix these, though. It's an option. If you would like. Again, I apologize, everybody. Typical GM fashion. You're seeing how the sausage is made here as I am having to fix everything that just broke. Let me. Oh, Lord. It broke. Okay, I think Aguacera is going to load back up now, so we've got that back. All right, radar's back.
Attention, a new radar
I'm still
indicated tornado
disappeared,
warning
so give
has
me
been
1
issued.
second to fix that. All right, radar is back. That's good. Let me see if I can fix me now. And thank you very much for the super chat, SG. Right. You know, I know just the guy for this. Let me ask Claude. There's nothing Claude can't fix. That's what I always say. All right. Hey, this might not be that bad for y'all. Y'all don't have to look at my face for 5 minutes. It might actually be kind of nice. Ooh. Wow. Wow. Well, I guess I'll just talk while we get the camera fixed. So, you know, here's radar. Still watching those 2 tornado warnings down in extreme southwestern Georgia, right along kind of the Florida line there. There's also a tornado warning out in kind of the Alabama-Florida border there, right at the extreme western bit of the Panhandle. But none of them are super duper scary right now, which is good. We like to keep it that way. Let's get up our local radar again. Oh, there we go. Take a look at some of these tornado warnings. This is the one that is right along the Alabama-Florida line. Definitely some spin right in here. That is literally crossing the state line right now into Florida from Georgia. So that is one to watch. I mean, luckily, there's not a ton of big areas here. Enon, Bay Springs, McKinnon, are going to be the main towns. Also, it looks like there's some sort of little community here. Brickton, those areas are going to be in line of that one. Further off to the east of that, into parts of Georgia and kind of Florida still. Actually, I wonder which radar site's closer. It might actually be this one.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
So we've got 2 tornado warnings here, 2 areas of spin to watch. One kind of just to the south of Donaldson, another further south west of that near Greenwood. So both of those are going to need to be watched. But the good news is none of these are confirmed. These are all radar indicated tornado warnings, meaning that it could be on the ground, it could not, but nonetheless, it is still enough rotation that it is worthy of a tornado warning at the end of the day. So definitely be in your safe place. All right, let's see if we have the camera fixed. Um, um, we might not. Anything's possible. No.
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning in Georgia now, so let's discuss that one. This one is to the north, up near Milledgeville and near Eatonton. So this one is one to discuss. This is right on the northern side of the watch, of the tornado watch. This is a big ol' mess here just to the north of Gray. So let's discuss this one for a bit and talk about it. All right, we've got, a pretty strong area of rotation here. It looks like this one's going to be moving right towards Crooked Creek. This one's north of Gray. This is a pretty big mesocyclone, so definitely worthy of a tornado warning. This one absolutely is, I would say. And this one, again, moving towards Crooked Creek and embedded, almost a bit of an embedded supercell inside of this. And I wonder if that's probably just some, hopefully, contamination. That's not even in the warning, so... Yeah, so this is a pretty big area of rotation, folks. If you're in this tornado warning, including Crooked Creek in Georgia, just north of Gray, Etheridge, Bluntsville, including Nona, Flat Rock, Halthwood, Meta, Overlook at P Ridge, all those areas under this brand new tornado warning that was just issued. A pretty strong area of rotation. So that is one that I would be taking pretty seriously. It is radar indicated as of right now, but that's, like I said, a pretty big area of rotation. Again, I apologize about the lack of a webcam. I am working on it behind the scenes here, so we're doing tornado coverage and troubleshooting all at the same time. But you know what? We've gone almost 4 hours here, so you're bound to get some mistakes. All right, let's get an update. Where's everyone watching from? Again, we're tracking this tornado warning in Georgia, a pretty pronounced area of spin. Let's see if we have a camera to watch here. I was actually on a pretty good camera site already. That might be the best option. that are Eatonton. Try this one out for size. So yeah, so if you're in this tornado warning, let me know, folks. Let me know what you're seeing. Obviously, I don't want you out there trying to film the darkness of the night sky, but to let me know what you're hearing maybe while you're in your safe place. Besides the sound of my voice would be a better way to put it. This app is called Aguacera WX. Yeah, Macon is in the clear. If you're in Macon, you are good to go from a tornado standpoint, at least. Probably still some heavy rain in Macon, but we're now watching this new area of rotation moving towards Crooked Creek, Georgia. Pretty strong area of spin. It looks like we've got this embedded mesocyclone, or basically an embedded supercell. It's actually kind of connecting two different fronts right now. So it's a likely embedded area of rotation. It's attached to a very big old hook right here. And anytime you see something on radar that looks like a fish would bite it, that is usually a problem. So it's this big mesocyclone right here. So it's a large area of spin. If there is a tornado on the ground right now, it's likely right here in the core of it near Etheridge, moving towards let me see if I can get this one right. I don't even know. Ressus Crossroads. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know how to start with that one, so feel free to correct me. But Crooked Creek is in the line of this one. Nona, Flat Rock, all of those communities are in line of this possible tornado. And this is one of the bigger areas of rotation that we've seen. If you're in a trailer and you're in this tornado warning, you need to not be in a trailer, basically. So if you've got a neighbor with a sturdy structure, head on over there. Or even if it's a grocery store you can go to or something like that. For Conover, Barbie, not really a tornado threat tonight. It's more of a straight line wind and heavy rain event. If anything, more drought relief than anything else. So I would welcome it with open arms there in Conover. Yeah, kind of some there's almost 4 areas of rotation with this one. This one's pretty impressive. So you've got one area of spin right here, another area of spin right here, an area of spin right here. So this is just one big ball of spin with little embedded areas of spin in it. So that's why this one is problematic, folks. It's one that, again, any of these areas could drop a tornado. So if I'm anywhere in this tornado warning, I'm in my safe place right now. These could spin up very quickly without much warning, besides the, tornado warning that we have right now. So this is one to take seriously for sure. Yeah, folks, if you're just joining and you haven't already liked the stream, I do please ask that you do so. That's really going to help get the word out here for folks. It's going to tell the YouTube algorithm that, hey, people are watching this and they're finding actual useful information out of it. That's going to help get this out to more people locally that are in the path of the storm. All right. So again, just to update on this tornado warning. That is the name of the game right now in Georgia. So if you're in Crooked Creek or Etheridge, into Nona, Flat Rock, a lot of areas in here. This is a bit more of the one of the more populated tornado warnings that we've seen today. Please be in your safe place. Wow, thank you so much for the big super chat there, South Charlotte Services. Thank you very much. Longtime viewer on the channel says, Matt, love my brother from a different mother. Love that. I knew you would be on top of this one. You have a long night. Lol, you and Mitch are the best. Mint Hill, North Carolina waiting. Do you think it could redevelop over Charlotte? Charlotte's definitely going to get some good rain tonight and maybe some gusty winds. I think the tornado threat, though, will be more so south of Charlotte, probably south of 85. So Mint Hill kind of on that side of the city, so it's possible. But probably more of a South Carolina problem than a Charlotte problem tonight. But thank you so much for the super chat. It means the world to me. Yeah, I know you can't see me. I'm working on a webcam fix, everyone. I apologize. I'm trying to get it fixed. Me and my assistant Claude here are working on it. The problem is the easy fix for it is completely shut. Oh, it's back. Wait, it's fixed. It's fixed. We've got it. We got it, everybody. It's back. Hey, you're about to see my face again in any moment. Just give me 1 second to adjust it to make sure we are good to go. Let me open up the camera app. Zoom it in a little bit. Don't worry, you're about to see me, everybody. It's happening. We're about to be webcam city. Like Roku City, but webcam city. Okay. We might just have to... Let's see here. Raining here at my place in Charlotte. Who else is seeing rain out there? Because I got some pretty good rain falling from the sky here in the Queen City, in University City, to be a little bit more specific. But luckily, no tornadoes here in Charlotte yet, so hopefully we can keep it that way. The last tornado warning we had in Charlotte was that little quick morning spin up. I want to say it was March we had that one. Oh, yes, perfect. The webcam is doing its flipping job. It's coming back, everybody. We are, again, Webcam City is making a comeback. Be advised. Yes, it is very difficult to forecast from the Appalachian chain. I absolutely agree with that. York County, I would say it's a non-zero threat tonight, so it's not an off-the-chart threat by any means, but it's one that you definitely want to just have a weather radio, way to get watches and warnings. But York County, not, this isn't going to be an outbreak by any means. These are going to be these quick spin-ups like we've seen over Georgia. But I do expect that to continue into the overnight, these quick spin-ups, for what it's worth.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Oh, Michael is a bundle of joy tonight in the chat. The drought has gotten to him. He's got drought fever. Michael's given up. All right. You know what, webcam? I'm trying to zoom you in. I don't think it wants to zoom in, so we're just going to do it this way and call it a day. How about that? We're just going to crop it. All right, end that task. Don't need that up anymore. And voila, I'm back. Oh, the border's gone. Oh, it's because I cropped it in. That's why. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can do without the border. That'll be okay. All right, I'm back. Is an elephant heavy? I'll be back, baby. Y'all know that news blooper from New Orleans? Probably not, but back to the weather, though. So tornado warning continues here for Crooked Creek. Now that we can focus on this again. At the very least, these are very strong winds. Whether it's a tornado or not, very strong winds over Flat Rock right now, Crooked Creek. I mean, this is clocking at 60 miles an hour or so in some of these little pockets. Gate-to-gate rotation of like 40 versus 20, so it's 60 combined. I do have shoes on, is the worst part. Shoes are on. Unless you weren't talking to me. But that might be because I said I was cold earlier. That's why I assumed you were talking to me. I don't know. Maybe you weren't talking to me at all. Milledgeville right now is just strong straight line wind, so it's not a tornado there. The tornado threat is to the north, but it does look like some pretty gusty winds are about to move in. To the north, though, that tornado warning, I mean, there's no way to know the exact intensity of it, if it's even on the ground right now. I'm only wearing shoes because my feet are cold. That's why I'm wearing shoes. That's my excuse, so deal with it. Boom. All right, let's zoom out. We've focused on that tornado warning and beaten it to death. This is a wider look at the region. Got some showers and storms up in North Carolina right now. South Carolina is starting to get on approach with the tornado threat. They extended, I think, this tornado warning to add a few more counties in Georgia. I feel like that seems like a real thing. We'll see if they add it to South Carolina next. I would not be shocked at all to see a tornado warning go up for like Edgefield, Columbia, maybe Newberry, Allendale, areas like that over the next hour or two. Wouldn't shock me. Honestly, most of North Carolina is going to be okay on the tornado threat. I've had a lot of North Carolina questions here in the tornado department. Let me show you the NATO cast. Or I guess I could even show this, right? Like, why not? All right, yeah. So this is the latest Storm Prediction Center update. Let's check it. And this is the tornado forecast for tonight. So this is where we're going to have the highest chance of tornadoes tonight. I agree with this pretty well. I think this is a pretty good forecast. So the brown color is where it's going to be the highest. That's where the tornado threat is the highest tonight. The green color is it's possible but lower. So yeah, Charlotte's in the green. It's kind of the 85 corridor south. So Greenville, Spartanburg is in the green technically. Columbia is in the green. I mean, basically all of South Carolina is in the green. And then it does stretch up into the triangle in Charlotte, but we'll see. It's possible. But again, it's less than what we're seeing in Georgia right now. And Georgia has been pretty sporadic with its tornado warnings. So that is the tornado threat for everybody asking down below in the chat. I'm gonna put a hoodie on real quick, everybody. So again, just give me 1 second. I'm just going to grab the hoodie real quick. That rain outside. I told y'all that evaporational coolant. It's getting through my window, I think. getting a little chilly here in Charlotte. Oh, webcam fixed itself. I was about to say. I was about to throw hands with that webcam for a second. We're back. All right, let's do a little tour of all the tornado warnings. We'll start with Florida and Alabama. This is a tornado warning near McDavid. That one, though, looks like they're about to let it expire because they have not issued a new one, and it's basically getting out of the warning. Yeah, they added a severe thunderstorm tornado possible, so that's going to include Century, J, McDavid, Nino, and all points in between there in Florida. All right, next warning. This one's going to be right near Donaldsonville, Georgia. If there's a tornado on this one, it's just south of town, but on velocity, it does not look, overly exciting, but that's going to move towards Donaldsonville and Iron City. So that's update on that one. And the other tornado warning is further north. This one, it's a little bit more interesting looking. This is a big mesocyclone. That one near Crooked Creek, at the very least, tornado or not, is producing very strong winds. And look at that, it's flashing because they just updated it. So we'll wait for it to stop flashing and we'll see what the update is.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
All right, so it's still radar indicated. It's basically the rotation's right over Overlook at P Ridge right now. So it's pretty broad. You've got this big surge of RFD and then this big inflow. So it's a big area of rotation here. But if it tightens up, we'll watch it. It's moving off to the northeast, east-northeast. You could see where it's just this massive mesocyclone, even on reflectivity. It's easy to see. That'll probably eventually get into South Carolina, probably near McCormick, Edgefield, Augusta, Saluda, Greenwood. So watch that over the next couple of hours. Rose from Circumstance. Listening to Heat of the Moment by Asia as my webcam continues to flicker in the night. What time do I think it'll hit Swainsboro? Probably got about an hour in Swainsboro. So give her like 10, 15-ish. Alexander County, not a drop of rain yet, you say? Well, it'll come tonight. You won't get as much there as areas to your south, but you should get at least a little bit of rain. Should at least wake up with the grass wet. It was the heat of the moment. Heat of the moment. Heat of the moment. Tracking tornadoes is kind of like the heat of the moment, y'all. Oh, Barbie, I appreciate that. Hey, it really is my favorite part of this job is being able to talk with y'all and communicate with y'all. And I said this earlier. That's one of the reasons why I left local TV, because I loved my job at WCCB. It was great. Don't get me wrong. And, who knows, maybe I'll end up back in TV one day. But there's something so much more special about talking to y'all one-on-one like this and being able to look at the chat and talk compared to TV where it's all like, you have exactly 2.5 minutes to say what you want and then shut up. And like, it's not like that serial. Some stations it is. WCCB, they were very nice. Had a great team, luckily. But some new stations are like that. And it's just talking to a camera the entire time, which is a little annoying. And you don't feel the personal connection like this. And like hearing that from you, Barbie, is awesome. It means the world to me. And then our Animal Full House. So that says, yeah, it says poor Yadkinville is going to shrivel up. Yeah, a lot of North Carolina towns seem to be shriveling up out here. But some much needed rain tonight. You know, it's not drought ending by any means. It's not going to fix every problem in the world, but it is much needed rain. Yeah, I've been getting those too with those like imminent threat alert things. They might have been code red, it said, and they'll do it just for like severe thunderstorm warnings. What's the worst tornado I've seen so far? In person, probably the Plevna, Kansas or Sikeston, Missouri tornado. Locally, I saw the Marion EF1 tornado in South Carolina 2 years ago. Crazy thing, that was 2 years ago. In fact, it's that little picture right there. That is a tornado in South Carolina I captured. I've got to get some of my plains tornadoes printed out. These are all just Carolina pictures behind me. Wow, this camera is doing the thing. It's doing the most. Let me ask about that. All right, updated severe thunderstorm warning here in Georgia, Irvington, Milledgeville, Cochran. It's going to be for 60-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible. So, I mean, anyone in this line could see a very quick spin-up tornado. Like basically anywhere in this red line in Georgia, there could be a quick spin-up. So that's something to note for sure. Also, look at this. How cool is this? Whoo! Isn't that cool? Oh, I love that. That looks so fire. All right, I'm fixing that black flash that happens on the camera every now and then. So y'all like this little side view? It's pretty cool, right? It's cinematic, I'd say. Looks like Georgia's still the number one viewed state. North Carolina's in second, South Carolina in third, although others technically in second. So, hey, we've got some folks spread around. But yeah, new SPC update. I believe that's this one on the map right now, right? The one that I just added, I think. So you can see these storms marching through that tornado area to watch. Yeah, I appreciate all the kind words, folks, and it also helps a lot if you just tell your friends and family. Like, obviously, we're a family down here in the Southeast and the Carolinas. Obviously, I cover Georgia, Virginia, and all the local areas. And come November, when New Jersey's getting a big blizzard, I'll cover them. But you know, obviously, this is my core audience, and I appreciate y'all. So, you know, tell your friends and family, be like, hey, guess what? Gerald's the go-to guy down here in the Southeast. All right, what questions y'all got? Keep them coming. We've obviously got this big line of storms marching on through. I think we're tornado warning free now. According to my eyes, looks tornado warning free to me. And again, the shading on your map is the tornado outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Let me just do this on my phone because it's not going to load there. I just know it. Could there be a tornado in the upstate of South Carolina? So I think the Storm Prediction Center has a really good map here. I think they've got this one down pat pretty well. If you are shaded in the dark green or the brown, you have the chance of an isolated tornado. It's higher in the brown, but it's not 0 in the green into the overnight of tonight. So yeah, that includes basically I-85 South, Greenville, Spartanburg, southbound. So yeah, could see one. Could see one. But honestly, right now, it's kind of a good tool to use is where these warnings are in Georgia. Follow that. I don't know why it's on blue again. Let me switch it back to black so it shows up better. Good rule of thumb is this kind of that line right in here is going to be the biggest threat area, in my opinion. So probably a little, less to the north of that, but could happen. Yeah, I mean, the system's it's really only going to strengthen from here. It's feeling the upper levels. Let me actually give an update on that. We haven't talked forecast-wise in a while, so that could be of use to us. Let me show you future wind gusts. How about that from the HRRR? Let me go to the latest model run, the 0Z, and time this out for you. So these are future wind gusts. Notice it gets pretty feisty down into Georgia with that line that we're seeing overnight tonight. And then tomorrow morning, it gets really breezy in the low country of South Carolina. So the wind's going to be bigger down this way. Charleston, Myrtle Beach, check out some of these numbers. 40 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour in a couple isolated spots. It's going to be very breezy in the Outer Banks tomorrow. It is going to be a rough beach day from an ocean standpoint. Rip tides are going to be... or rip currents, I should say, are going to be a problem. It's going to be, very wavy out there. So it might be good if you're a surfer, but not if you want to just go for a swim. Very strong coastal winds tomorrow. And you see some of these little embedded areas to get these higher numbers down into the Midlands. We're talking 30, 40 miles an hour. So nothing you haven't seen before, but need to watch that with the winds as well. All right, so the severe thunderstorm warning now goes all the way out to the South Carolina line. So Washington, Georgia, Crawfordville, Georgia, Gibson, Georgia, Rennes, Georgia, Louisville or Louisville, Wadley, Wrightsville, Sandersville, or maybe Saundersville, depending on how some of y'all pronounce it, I guess. Dublin, Eastman, Abbeville, Georgia, that is all under this big, fat severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, actually, you know what? Is it included right here? The map's a little confusing. Actually, I think that's the tornado watch. I'm tired. That's the severe thunderstorm warning. So Sparta. Either way, y'all are probably going to get added to it soon. Let's be real. Let's be real. I do want to get another look at what was spinning earlier. It's still spinning here. So if we do get a tornado warning anytime soon, a couple candidates are going to be White Plains is a good candidate. Down to the south, maybe this one near Sandtown is an all right candidate. Maybe this little area right here near Chester. So a lot of little areas. Again, anyone could get a quick spin up. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm so glad you're live to cover this. Any chance it trends north like in cams/live radar? Yeah, I think the furthest north, I think we're pretty well, we've got it at this point. So I can show you future radar on the HRRR because I just showed you wind gusts. I did not show you radar. So let me do that because I think it's got it pretty well under control at this point. So here's future radar. 1 a.m., 2 a.m. And again, where you see this kind of bright, really bright colors in this line down to the south, that's where the tornado threat is going to be the highest. So keep that in mind. But yeah, pretty good soaking of rain in the upstate, even into North Carolina. A soaking of rain looks pretty rainy in Charlotte by 4 a.m., 5 a.m. This kind of just starts working through the Carolinas. And most people get at least some rain. And then by 12 p.m., 1 p.m., 2 p.m. tomorrow, we're pretty much all clear, except for a couple little afternoon storms roll off the mountains, it looks like. Thanks for becoming a member, David. Welcome to the Upper Level Club. I'll have to add your name to the list for tomorrow's video. Break free. I've fallen in love. As Freddie Mercury once said. Anybody else falling in love out there? Anybody got a good romance story? You know, I am a sucker for a good love story. I love a good people who have been married for 50 years and how they met. I love those stories. So if anybody's got a good one of those, I think we could all use one tonight while we're tracking some storms and trying to not care so much about the rain. What do the purple names mean? All the purple names are radar sites. So like that's GSP, that's Columbia, that's Charleston. So that's what all of those are. Wow, Kenny, almost an inch of rain. Awesome. Finally rained in West Cary. I'm happy to hear it. Get ready for the Canes parade tomorrow too, by the way. How about that? That's exciting news. Was it difficult walking away from the network if you're willing to talk about it? No, I'm definitely open to talking about it. Like I said, I'm an open book here. Were they okay with you on YouTube? We all have that question in our minds. I can only imagine trying to fit in settling. So here's the thing. WCCB, if there was ever a station to work at with the situation I was in as somebody who was still finishing up college and had a big following on YouTube, it was definitely WCCB. They're a very understanding news crew. And luckily they're locally owned and operated. So if you ever watch news in Charlotte, I'll always still recommend them. My friends still work there and all, love them. But a lot of stations, the ones that are owned by the corporate entities, like, I don't want to name call any local stations, but I'll name some corporate entities. How about that? Like if they're owned by Tegna, Nexstar, Gray, like some of these bigger corporations, it would have been near impossible to still do my YouTube thing and work at the station because, I mean, they would have tried to put their hand in the cookie jar per se. WCCB never did that. So it was nothing against them when I left. It was just, it was a personal choice as to what fulfills me the most, and YouTube fulfills me the most. And if I think I can make enough money off of this to make it a full-time job, then, why not? And it also means I can dedicate all of my time and energy to this and make it better. And I mean, obviously look how much the presentation has changed since I left TV, because I've been able to put so much more time and energy into this. So that was it. Again, it was nothing against them. It was all personal decision. This is just my passion. And who knows? Maybe I'll crash and burn. Maybe I won't make another penny off YouTube and I'll be living on the streets. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I gave it my all and did what I thought was the most fulfilling for me. Also, I mean, it's kind of now or never. One day I'd like to have a wife and kids. And I know that at that point, it's a lot more difficult to just walk out of the job when you have a wife and kids to provide for. So, yeah. Oh, thank you, Giuseppe. Appreciate that. How about Southwest Georgia? Strong storms right now in Albany. No tornado warnings there, but Albany, Colquitt getting rocked pretty hard right now in Southwest Georgia with some strong storms. Kenny says, been married since 2003. Kenny, you've been married longer than I've been alive. Let that sink in. Started dating in 1994 when I was 16. She was 15, still going strong. I love it. I love those stories. Good story. Holly says, I'm a wife and I do the providing. Well, you know what? If there's any ladies out there that I happen to run into that want to do the providing for me, that's fine. I'll be a stay-at-home YouTube dad. That's okay. I have nothing against that. Is Cairo, Georgia in good standing? Let's check. Let me look at my map, find out where that is. So some strong storms going to move through there later tonight. Although at the same time, the storm's kind of pulling north, but I think you'll still get some rain out of it. But you are in a bit of a tornado threat there as well, at least an isolated tornado threat. Hinesville, Georgia. Check the old map on my phone. Yeah, Hinesville's going to get some strong storms later on tonight. A little bit longer till then, and isolated tornado threat there. It's hard to know exactly how strong it'll be. I mean, a mile over, you could get stronger winds than other places, but at least some strong winds or some heavy rain and some gusty winds look likely. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Lisa. Starting to flood here in Mobile. When will we get a break? So Mobile, unfortunately, these storms are just training over you. You've got a while to go probably. Now, it depends. The north side of town's got more rain to come. The south side's going to start getting a break here soon. So it's a little update on Mobile. Yeah, I'm not surprised it's starting to flood there. This is Agua Cero WX. Agua, like Spanish for water, or water, not water. Cero, Cero WX. Yeah, I don't think I'll be sleeping on the streets, but you never know what life's going to throw at you. I'm a firm believer in that, so. Kel said she met her husband on the first ever dating site, lol, my yearbook. Met in 2009, married in 2012, still going strong. We have a 15-year-old son. Awesome. Wow, wow, wow. Love, like I said, I love a good how we met story. Those are my favorite. Somebody said, is it just me or is the storm moving more east than north? It's going to start to turn north a little bit as we go into time. So it'll start to move more north. Pick up the jet stream, or the jet stream's going to pick it up. Asking about Dublin, Georgia. Can answer that. Dublin, kind of right in the heart of some of the highest threat. So it's knocking on your doorstep right now in Dublin. Probably going to get a severe thunderstorm warning, I would think, pretty soon. Surprised they don't have any right now, actually, in Georgia. Yeah, but probably a good bit of lightning and storminess on the way to Dublin right now. I think Kenny makes a good point. I think with social media, you're just hearing about tornadoes at night more than you probably used to. I mean, it's like the old, if a tree falls in the forest, but nobody saw it happen. Did it ever really happen? So I think pre-social media, did the tornado ever really happen? It's probably a way to look at it. Wow, that's a good story, Angela Stewart. I like that one. That's definitely overcoming adversity. Hey, new severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina. Where are my North Carolina folks out? Let's take a look at this one. Hey, Albemarle, Kenny. There you go. New severe thunderstorm warning for Albemarle. This includes Lake Baden, Norwood, Troy, Star. It's going to be for 60-mile-an-hour winds and around 1-inch size hail. Also, a severe thunderstorm warning near Siler City, just south of Siler City, near Goldston, Pittsboro. That's actually moving towards Raleigh, so hey there, Raleigh. Greensboro getting a pretty good downpour right now as well. So North Carolina getting in on some action. It's not even from Arthur, really. It's just from some good old-fashioned summertime thunderstorm action. But oh, Baden. My bad, not Baden. Baden. Mebane, North Carolina, tuning in, which I used to say Mebane, but it's Mebane. No idea, Jonathan. As long as the crowd's good, I'll probably stay here. So as long as y'all keep watching, I'll keep covering. Once people start leaving, I'll probably call it. But hey, we still have more than 500 people in here, so it's an awesome crowd. Love it. Hey, BGWX, what's up, man? BG is a longtime channel guest speaker. He's big in the wintertime. He's really good at analyzing those northeast storms. He was near a tornado warning today, at least his stomping grounds. So, BG, what'd you see? Anything good out there? All right, Yamasi or Yemasi? And I should know this because I grew up literally probably 20 minutes away in Pickens. But I should know that one. But heavy rain tonight, not too much of a tornado threat. And the heaviest of the rain's probably working in right now. I mean, this line is, the northern bit of the heavy line is starting to get into the upstate. Toccoa, Walhalla, Pickens, about to start getting in on some of the heavier rain action. Franklin, North Carolina, a little bit of rain, not really a severe weather threat there, though, so that's good. So that area of rotation we were watching earlier in parts of Georgia, let's get an update on it. So, yeah, it's kind of lost some of its juice. A little bit of rotation down near Sparta, Georgia. But nothing super big jumping out. But yeah, that either way, this whole line is going to move through Augusta, Greenwood, Columbia. It's getting to that point now. It's getting into South Carolina. It's getting pretty close at least. So. Rick met his wife talking on a CB radio. First day was at a Charlie Daniels concert. Wow. I was lucky enough to see Charlie Daniels in concert before he passed away. It was only like a year before I went to an Alabama concert in Greenville, South Carolina. Sorry, I'm trying to fix my leg. And he was the opener. So got to see the devil went down to Georgia. Hey, speaking of Georgia, right? There you go. Yeah, Charlotte's had some good storms this evening, but the line probably won't get there for another couple hours. Probably more of a midnight time frame for Charlotte. I will say, as it normally is, the system seems like it's running a little bit ahead of schedule. That seems to happen all the time, but Lisa seeing the moon and Sumter, lovely, lovely. Winds in North Carolina, it's really going to be more of a coastal thing tomorrow, or you could see some tropical storm force wind gusts mixing in. Might as well get the arc going, Jeff. Waynesboro, probably about an hour and a half, maybe two. Probably an hour and a half before the line gets through. Yeah, back when it was called the Bilo Center. I still call it the Bilo Center, but shout out to Bilo. Used to be a Bilo in Pickens when I was a kid, and that shut down when I was early teens. Maybe early teens, I'd say. Walmart kind of ran them out of business. Typical. Hey, but Ingle's still going strong there in Pickens. I think Greenville's going to get some pretty heavy rain and maybe some gusty winds, but the tornado threat will probably stay south of there. Since it's not in the heat of the day, how severe can a storm get? Well, most of these storms are really being fueled off of the jet stream more than the actual instability. So because of that, they're going to not really have a whole lot of a problem with, I mean, you don't need that much instability when you have this much wind shear. I guess what I'm trying to say. Little less than 200 subscribers away from 106,000. So, hey, if you're not already subscribed, think about that. That'd be cool, right? Oh, you work at Ingles. Awesome, Jonathan. That's cool. Yeah, when I was a young buck back in the day, like I'm not still, Ingles used to be very basic. Now they got Starbucks in there. They got like buffets. They got all sorts of stuff in Ingles. Yeah, a lot easier than Bon Secours for sure. Yeah, Atlanta, I mean, they got a quick burst of heavy rain, but this has turned a lot more linear than the models maybe had. The models had kind of a shield of rain. It's a lot more linear, so it's kind of quick hitting, which is probably why it's running ahead of schedule here. Yeah, it seems like everyone in Charlotte remembers Hugo. Everyone in Asheville will remember Helene, but I think Hugo still takes the cake in Charlotte by a lot. Starting to work in upstate South Carolina now, so really over the next couple of hours, it'll be working through from west to east. Yeah, BG. Look, I don't work at the SPC, so I don't know, but they always seem to underdo the tropical threats. Now, I will say today's been relatively tame. We've had a couple quick spin ups, but nothing. We haven't had an outbreak or anything, which sometimes these storms can definitely do. Yeah, it probably will be raining in the morning in the Charleston area, and then we'll clear out throughout the day. Do I think rain totals will be lower? Maybe for some areas. I still think a lot of folks are going to get a good inch, though. Yeah. Granite Falls, North Carolina, just some heavy rain tonight. Probably not too much of a severe threat there. Nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Whoa. To keep on moving. Break my stride. I won't touch ground. Oh no. Keep on moving. God, I tell y'all, doing these live streams is so much more enjoyable when I get to talk about areas like nearby. I'll be so for real. I was not enjoying talking about the middle of North Dakota, and I'm sorry for the people in North Dakota, but I think I'm just gonna lean into my niche. That was BGWX's advice, actually, lean into my niche, and this is my niche right here. I feel like there was a good question I just read that I did not. Sanford, North Carolina, some heavy rain probably, and kind of a quick hitting heavy rain. Fort Lawn, South Carolina. I actually don't know where Fort Lawn is, and I know most places in South Carolina, so let's check. Wow, it's actually near me, and I did not know where Fort Lawn was. Yeah, quick band of heavy rain with this line of storms. Isolated tornado threat in Fort Lawn, but doesn't necessarily mean you'll see one. Kenny says first hurricane he stood outside during the clear sky. I was hooked on weather from then on. Had my hurricane tracking chart. Watched Ray Bolin every night and marked the storms. Yeah, I was in Helene in Florida, and that was pretty surreal to be in the eye of that storm. It wasn't like perfectly clear, but just looking up and seeing all the mesovortices like spinning was pretty insane. I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, I was already hooked on the weather before that, but. Tapper City, North Carolina, going camping tomorrow. Is it going to be a rain out? So that is an incredible question that I think maybe a couple people might have. So the first half of the day is going to be pretty wet, but I think by afternoon and especially evening time, the sun will be out, or at least it won't be raining. Probably get pretty steamy too. Columbia, South Carolina line of some strong storms tonight, probably around midnight. Isolated is the tornado threat in the low country. Not off the charts at all, but isolated. I live in Charlotte right now. Well, I say right now like I'm moving. I'm not moving, but thank you for the super chat, A. Smith. What will Greenwood, South Carolina get in the next few hours? This line of storms right here. So Greenwood, you could see a tornado threat that far, but I think at the very least, and actually, Greenwood is where this kind of little area of broad rotation we've had is moving into. So, we'll watch that. So you'll definitely get some pretty gusty winds and heavy rain for a bit in Greenwood. That's probably about an hour away or so. Show me how you do that trick. The one that makes me scream, she said. Do I know what we have for confirmed wind reports down south? I've seen some reports in the 50 range. We had reports of, twigs and limbs being broken, but nothing off the charts. Upstate South Carolina, honestly, actually, you know what? I wonder. Let's check something. Haha, look at that. We can look at wind gusts. We have the technology for that. These are current wind gusts. Oh, that I'm in love with you. I'm in love with you. All right, so these are wind gusts at 944. Again, these are just instantaneous, so some areas be a little higher than this, but pretty calm. It's actually windier in North Carolina right now. We've got some high wind gusts out near Cheraw. I have a gust of 39 in Cheraw. There, Cheraw clocking in. Dunn, gust of 36. Yeah, it's kind of ironic, right? But it's probably why they dropped the severe warning on that line. It's more heavy rain than anything else. Some gustier winds. If we go back in time, a little bit. All right, yeah, so we had some pretty good winds. This was at 8:45. That line was kicking up some good winds down in Georgia. 39 gust in Perry. We had 43 in Fort Valley, 42 in Marshallville, 41 in Reynolds. So, yeah, the line's it's flared up and calmed down at different points in time, for sure. Thank you for the jewels. Appreciate that. Ooh, my bad. What's my favorite weather app? Ask me in a couple weeks what my favorite weather app is. I can't say anything and I don't want to say anything, but ask me in a couple weeks what my favorite weather app is. Yes, I am singing The Cure. I was. Now I'm listening to I Melt With You by Modern English. Great song. Ever second best. I love British bands, by the way. I don't know what it is with me. I am all for the British invasion, musically at least. Love the Beatles. Love all sorts of British bands. And singers, too. Bee Gees had something that seemed interesting. Saw a yard caught on fire. Summon nah, like I don't know what nah means. In my drive back from downlines or lightning, bunch of hydroplaning from flooded roads and so many trees and branches down in rural New Hampshire. Pretty notable day. Yeah. Sometimes it's the days you least expect, right? Although I'd say today was somewhat expectable. Yeah, I've yet to go through a big I've yet to go through a big ice storm as an adult. As a child, I did, but I don't remember because I was too young. Gerald maximizing corniness is peak content. You know what? Somebody's got to do it. That's what I always say. Somebody's got to do it. And I volunteer as tribute. Well, I need a new camera. That one's a little probably. This one might be good. It's a little. What about Elberton? Got a good camera in Elberton? Sure. Excuse me. We sure do have a good camera in Elberton. New Hampshire, not nah. I will blame the brain fog. Don't worry. I have so many typos in a day that it's borderline criminal. Have y'all seen these videos of this company that's flying drones into these tornadoes? These are some pretty crazy footage they're getting. You don't see Webcam City? I'm right here. Do you not see my face? Y'all see me, right? Like, hello. Right? Like, I am visible. I'm not crazy. I mean, I'm crazy, but like, you can see me, right? Yeah, you can see me. Trying to gaslight me. Hope I'm getting enough comments to help keep the new viewers tuning in. Hey, I hope so too, BG. USA World Cup match tomorrow. I'll be at the bar if you need me. Hey, you might just see me in South End, Charlotte tomorrow. Anybody that lives locally, you might just see that. I just heard a buzz. New severe thunderstorm warning down in Florida for Crestview. Yes, what's their name? They don't have a name, Jonathan. There's no names. Their name is Meteorology. Their name is Weather. That's her name. Hey, I appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, people say ice storms are the worst. Oh, yeah, by the way, everyone, go subscribe to BGWX as well. He's a moderator, actually, so he's got that big moderator symbol next to him. Augusta, Georgia webcam. All right. People have spoken. About 1 million different webcams in Augusta. Let's pick a good one. It's a contender. Ooh, this one looks good. Some ominous skies there in Augusta. New severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina for Lewisburg. I've actually seen a tornado up here before with the remnants of Debbie a couple of years ago. Kittrell, Franklinton, Centerville, Youngsville. That's going to be for gusty winds and some small hail. Look at some of these storms on the Raleigh radar. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of surprised some of these are getting warnings, but hey, whatever. I'm also normally more on the conservative side for what deserves a warning and what doesn't, for what it's worth. My AirPods are going to die. Charge one of those up. Wonder what radar's looking like up in the Northeast. Are we all good there? Yeah. What was once a day of tornado warnings in the Northeast is now all calm. All is quiet on the Northeastern front. Yeah, we really did get saved by sleet this year. We could have had a big time ice storm in Charlotte, but sleet saved the day. It was so cold at the surface. Like, that was a crazy storm. God, look at this big storm in the Northeast spinning away. Got low pressures all over the place. True nor'easter. Hey, I'll be there. Especially so now that I don't work in TV, I don't have to like juggle that. So I'll be up there for at least one. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, as a meteorologist, I don't want forecasts to go the wrong way, but I do think it'd be kind of cool if there was like a storm that everyone just thought would be a couple flurries and we got like a foot of snow. That doesn't really happen hardly anymore due to the technology advancements. God save the Brady. We currently have more severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina than I think any state, as ironic as that is. Spinners everywhere. No bad news for Augusta. Really, no bad news for anybody right now. We're just, Arthur's just churning away and bringing some much needed rain and some gusty winds and a couple isolated tornadoes with it. Honest opinion about probability of tornado threat and straight line winds for Aiken and Windsor, South Carolina. Honestly, it looks pretty impressive on radar, but the reports we're seeing, we'll see what the latest wind reports are down to the surface. These are quite literally the current reports. And right now that line does not appear to be doing a whole lot in the wind department. It'll be breezy, heavy rain for a little while, but these are the winds. The strongest winds we're seeing are actually in North Carolina. So, hey, all my North Carolina folks are always complaining. Stop. Pretty good winds out on the Outer Banks right now. 44 at Ocracoke. Buxton at 44. Yeah, we got some pretty good winds out there. I hate to sit and think about you if I knew what you'd do. So, yeah, we'll see if this sting jet thing happens in the morning that some of the models have shown. Killing me, BG. Killing me. That's crazy, Jack. Hopefully everyone made it out okay. $18 inches. Yeah, flurries to 18 inches. That's quite the... And it used to happen. My dad always tells me that he grew up in Philly and he was in Jersey for a while. And he always tells me about a storm that they said were going to be flurries. The next thing he knew, he literally couldn't get out the door because like the snow was so heavy. So, hey, it's a real thing. It'll happen from time to time. It just doesn't really happen that much now. Although with all these balloon launches will keep cutting, it might start happening again. I don't know. Heck, who knows? $858 likes on the stream. That ain't too far from 1,000, y'all. I appreciate that. I got still holding on to about 500 of y'all. Awesome. Had like 32,000 views total. A great live stream. Probably one of the most successful ones we've had since the winter. Appreciate that, y'all. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will say in Birmingham, the spin went right over you, but this thing's just starting to eat up so much dry air on the backside that it's kind of turning into more of a line of storms than a blob of rain like it was over Louisiana and Mississippi. So maybe a little bit lower on the rain totals. But for the Carolinas, rain is rain. And a couple days ago, North Carolina looked like they were going to get nothing at all. So I think that it's still going to be a win for us. So the lines are they're gonna hold together. Like radar's not gonna change much from this, like what it is in Georgia with this big line. That's not gonna change. They're just less severe than they were. So I mean, the presentation isn't gonna change. It'll still be a line of showers with thunderstorms. And in fact, we haven't had a look at lightning in a while. I wonder what lightning looks like. Maybe change lightning to we'll change lightning to that white color. Yeah, so there, I mean, it's still it's a lot of lightning still in South Georgia. It's not so much in the upstate, but South Georgia is still rocking and rolling with plenty of lightning. These storms off the coast of Charleston also very electric. Also a lot of lightning in North Carolina. So upstate South Carolina is kind of the dead spot from lightning standpoint, but still plenty of lightning, even if the storms aren't necessarily severe from a wind standpoint. Appreciate that, Jack. 105K subs. Yeah. Hey, only like a couple hundred away from 106,000 if y'all want to subscribe. Yeah, it's up to you, but yeah, that's a lot of lightning, Kenny. It is a lot of lightning. Let's see on the map here. Oh, we got the lightning count. 3,367 strikes here on screen. Appreciate it, Jackie. Bet is next. Yeah, I'm not too far from bet as well. I don't blame you. Again, like fizzling, yeah, it's fizzling in the terms of it's not as severe as it once was, but it's still a line of rain. So, I mean, it depends what you consider fizzle. I'm just happy to get some rain in Charlotte tonight. I know my sleeping weather is going to be magnificent. I do know that much. Man, I don't know why my feet are so cold today. Storms in Youngsville, nice. Hey, we'll take every ounce of rain in North Carolina right now. Oh yeah, I'm always shouting out Mitch. Look, I love Mitch. I always recommend his channel. Go check it out. It's literally linked on my channel. If you go and you look at my channel under great follows, Mitch is like, I think the first channel I have there. So I'm going to check something. Thank you, Lady Skyfire. Welcome to the Scud Spotters. Appreciate that. All right, let's get updated on the subscriber count. We're at 105,826. So about 170 or so away from 106,000. I just heard a beep, which means that there should be a new warning. I don't know where it was issued, though. It doesn't quite say. Oh, this new warning is all the way up in South Dakota. We're going to skip on that one. Don't really have any desire for that one. Sorry, South Dakota folks. Yeah, I try to talk about Delaware, especially in the wintertime when y'all get those big winter storms. Delmarva is a pretty good place for the good stuff. What's the worst storm I've ever been through? Probably, again, it depends what you mean by been through, like actually inside of or viewing. Because like I've seen, EF3 tornadoes from a mile away or so. I had a tornado. So when I went storm chasing out in the plains, not this year, but the year before, we were in a storm that like quickly dropped a tornado. I was very surprised it dropped one because it was a pretty ugly storm all day. Dropped the tornado on us, and I was in the back seat of a truck, and the Starlink on top, which is like the satellite dish, got ripped off and thrown through the back windshield and like shattered the glass behind my head. So I didn't even realize till 10 minutes later, and like I started to get wet. I was like, why am I getting wet? The windows are up. And I looked like next to me, and there was like glass all over the seat. So the adrenaline rush kind of, made the fact that I almost just got my head whacked in kind of not feel so notable. Wow, 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 wow. You know what, BG? You just might outbreak down Delaware. Who knows? Anything's possible. Won't be the first time I got beaten by another YouTuber. Although I'm a firm believer that comparison is the thief of joy. So I really don't try to compare myself to other YouTubers. I'm just a happy guy that's just pleased as punch to be here on his own doing his thing, no matter what everyone else got going on. Just gave y'all a look at my dental work. Y'all, I'm about to eat a slice of pizza. I feel like Max Velocity and Ryan Hall don't eat nearly as much as I do on stream. I don't know what is wrong with me. A guy likes to eat. God forbid. If there was like a bunch going on, a bunch of tornado warnings and stuff, maybe, I'd be a little less likely to be eating. But, right now we're kind of just watching a swirl with rain and lightning. Comparison is not the thief of clicks and engagement. No, I mean, I definitely take some inspiration from some other folks, but definitely take some inspiration. Ryan's all about Diet Coke. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I'm not big on Diet Coke. I'd be a normal Coke person. Look, y'all, at the end of the day, it ain't delivery, it's DiGiorno. And I've been preaching that for a long time. People ain't listening. Spartanburg, heavy rain, probably about 45 minutes an hour away. Be quick hitting, though. Be pretty quick hitting. Tornado threat's pretty low there. I'm sorry. Nah, I need caffeine, y'all. I can't survive without caffeine. Highest snowpack I've ever recorded, like 11 inches here. And that was just from one storm before it all started melting the next day. All right, heads up, y'all. We're going to end this thing probably in 7 minutes. So get all your last questions in here. We're going to end this at about 10:15 because I think we're good. Hey, 5 hours. I feel like it's a pretty good shift on the YouTube world, right? So, yeah, get whatever last questions you have in while I eat the slice of pizza. Then I'll answer them. All right, let me answer these questions. By the way, again, thank you to all the super chats. Thank you to all the new members, all the new subscribers, all the new viewers. It's been a big growth period here with Arthur. And it wasn't even that big of a storm. Like, obviously, we had impacts, don't get me wrong, but it was not like a category 5 or something. So, you know, very, very lucky to have all y'all tune in. All right. How are things looking for Halifax, Virginia? Well, incredible question. One that I can answer. Let's go ahead and turn on future radar. We'll just use the 0Z. That's fine. So here's Virginia. Looks like some rain in Virginia tonight. Not a ton. Southeastern Virginia going to probably get some stronger cells tomorrow morning. At least some, heavier rain. There's a little bit of wind. So there's Virginia. And then you're all clear by tomorrow evening. All right. How much action does an on-air meteorologist get? What do you mean by action? Do you mean like on-air action? Do you mean something else? Like, I need you to be more specific than action. Yeah, I'll leave that there. Newberry, South Carolina, you've got some heavy rain moving in over the next hour or two, probably the next 2 hours. And honestly, you might be dry by tomorrow morning at the current rate. This thing's really moving ahead of schedule. If I wasn't doing meteorology, what else could I see myself doing? I did want to be a police officer for a while as a kid. Yeah. I like politics as well. I don't talk about them, but I was big into politics as a kid, and I still am. I don't share political views for obvious reasons, but so who knows? Maybe I'll run for political office one day. Anything's possible, I guess. Columbia, South Carolina, probably just some rain, maybe some gusty winds tonight. You're very welcome for keeping you updated. It was the honor of a lifetime. Yeah, hey, if you live in the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast, check out BGWXG9. He's the moderator. Click on his channel, check him out. In fact, I'll pin his comment. So, yeah, he's a great follow. Really is. I wouldn't promote somebody that I thought was not a good follow. Hilton Head Island, isolated tornado threat tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Georgia, I just give you a quick answer now. If you live in this part of Georgia, you still need to watch for a couple isolated tornadoes tonight and gusty winds. If you live outside of that part of Georgia, you're basically done besides some rain and maybe some isolated wind gusts. Yeah, so Jack, I don't know. It depends, man. I don't know. It's yeah. Everybody's their own human being and has their own things. So for the Outer Banks and Hatteras, could see an isolated tornado threat and some gusty winds tomorrow. Seas will be a rockin'. Pretty high waves and rip currents, so watch out for that in the Outer Banks tomorrow. A little bit of erosion. Who knows? Might mess around and lose another house in Buxton. You never really know out there. All right, folks. Well, hey, guess what? This is what. You can follow me on all my socials, and I think that's something great. Obviously, if you enjoyed this stream and all 5 hours of it, you can like it, you can subscribe, you can do all of the fun things. You can, there's, a million things. You can follow me on my other social media accounts. you can do all of that. And I think that'd be great. I think that's a wonderful thing to do. So check out those, follow along there. And obviously, I'll be back tomorrow with another update. But I really just again want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you for the super chats, the support, the growth in the channel this year has been mind-boggling to be honest. And I'm sure we'll have more growth to come. So appreciate that. Yeah, see y'all tomorrow. GM signing out. Y'all have a great night, and I'll be back with another video tomorrow. So hit the bell for the latest notifications. And really quickly, thank you to David for the super chat. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Everyone have a great night.